Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you may know. The children crying for salvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Morocco, to spoon. The politician want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Fonjema, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat keep on drinking like my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, 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 kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you got today? School TV. Yes, what you got today? School TV. School School entertainment. Go to there. Go to there. On the spoon. Yes, information. On the spoon. To be
with the spoon and your boy right in the south bend. Charges on the beat.
On the spoon to get your information. On the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon television. Spoon radio station. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Morocco, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Fonjema, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat keep on drinking like my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, 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 Klibaba, klibaba, klibaba. What I want? Yes, I do, but yes, I do, but
No matter how you try, don't you ever fall. Keep your head.
What happened? Something's happening.
Welcome. I think everyone is facing technical problem when he works on the music I play in the back. He will come on.
Okay, no worries. No worries. I just wanted to make sure that, it wasn't something that is out of our control. How are
No,
you
no,
today,
no.
James?
Well, God man, me, everything okay. Everything
That's
is
good.
super.
That's good.
Uh,
You watching the game?
yeah, watching the game, but that is what it is. The game is not really going my way.
Look at trouble. I don't even know what your way is, but I keep busy. My husband, I just glued to the TV, looking. He can't even talk to me. So I'm surprised that you even here said,
Yeah, France just cool.
"Oh, I watch it." So what? That goal number 1, number 2, what?
Goal number 2.
So they did in Morocco.
Yeah, they did in Morocco 2-0.
Hey, yeah. Sorry,
But my team qualified.
What your team? Argentina?
Argentina.
I knew it.
I qualified
Anyway,
already.
yeah, they keep business. I tell you, and now let it finish soon so people can get back to their regular schedule of conversing with their
Yeah,
partner.
outside we're ready, wishing for the game to finish, but everything will comes to an end on Sunday.
Because
Sunday is
all you're just distracted. You're not
yeah,
paying.
it's distracting
2-0. Wow,
Yeah,
wow,
2-0.
wow.
So
Oh
Aaron,
my.
you pay attention to the game too?
Seriously. Seriously. And I'm so broken now that the game is 2-0.
So they it look like if they kick Morocco out, then other African teams will be done.
Oh
Indeed.
yeah,
It's the
Morocco.
last African team in the
Okay.
tournament now.
How we can do that kind of thing that we Africans?
But this is our first time to even go to where we are today.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
a good consolation. At least that's small. You gotta start from somewhere, right?
Yeah,
Indeed. And
Mhm.
that has given us one slot. Apart from the expanded World Cup, the expanded groups that we're going to have 48 teams going this time around. The part that Morocco went to the semi-finals, it means we got one slot for Africa. So aside from the other slots that we given, we got extra one slot. So
Yeah,
it's good that Morocco went to the semi-final.
maybe world best president country will show up there next year or the next time around.
you're brave.
I brave that true. I brave. I got good intention for Liberia. I got bad intention.
You're brave. Oh.
You got whole world best. We got whole world best president, but we can't be to the place where we're supposed to be. Anyway, let's welcome all of our guests today. Any news y'all want to share today? What's going on?
Aaron.
Yes, and there are lots of things that have been happening. Begin with yesterday the CEO mandated us or requested that we should do some view sampling
Mm-hmm.
in the streets of Monrovia. Talking to the people about the Christmas, the festive season, and how
Mm-hmm.
things are going on. So we actually decided to speak with our petty traders, those guys who sell and sell around the Randall Street area, selling different
Mm-hmm.
goods.
Mm-hmm.
And majority of them, like many Christmas or most recent Christmas, they will say the buying is very slow, no money, people not coming to buy. The country is hard, and so that's just been the regular song. It's not easy. That was just in majority. We didn't see someone that said everything is okay, or the people are coming to buy. In fact, some of them, were citing the issue about past holidays or the festive season like this. You will not have, vehicle parking in most of the area, especially Randall Street, because it's a very busy street. Even aside from the festive season, Randall, Macklin Street, those are very busy streets in Morovia.
Mm-hmm.
But you could see vehicle passing through. The roads were not black. Where you see people selling, the entire place is locked down. But it's
Mm-hmm.
quite different. And they're saying that that is because no money in the country, and things are very hard.
Yeah, yeah.
And some of them, it's comically, some of them, are, proposing that we push the Christmas to January also, but and something it's a global event, and it's already it's customary that we celebrate in December on the 25th of December is Christmas Day. So whether it's suffering or hard time, there will be Christmas. And people paddle ball, James paddle ball. James will cook a fried greens in Poland, and fried chicken,
But
all
you push
things.
the the onset of the census. You push the onset of what I got rights in the country and now. So people just think we can push Christmas too now. So they're not that high looking. Yeah, man. So anyway, yes, thank you, Aaron, for that unfortunate news about what's going on with the holiday season and people in Liberia. It saddens me to hear how things are for everybody. Um, James, anything you'd like to add?
Yeah, Aaron, I thought you were going to talk about the ANC press conference today.
Yes, the ANC
The
actually had a
retired
press
suffering.
conference. Yes, the retired sovereign press conference. What they did today, they were actually parading individuals or groups that have pledged support to the retired sovereign rally. And but what we noticed was that the press conference, at the start of the press conference, there was
Aaron, don't
this.
be like James. I'm just want to warn you before you talk. Don't be like James, okay? Go ahead.
Uh, I'm not going to be like James. We, regularly we call the ANC, and I have a lot of friends there, but sometimes we just got to say some of the things that happen there. The guys what we witnessed at the start of the press conference. You know, we asked a question in the last press conference about this issue of combatants forming part of the protest. Forming part of the rally, if that's the best word to use. And it became a serious discussion on the spoon talk because Martin Kohler had previously mentioned that in passing while he was addressing the press, the last press conference. So I thought to bring that back and ask question. And so it was discussed on the spoon talk here. And so when Martin was discussing today, when he started a press conference by saying that we didn't see nothing else to talk about, discuss. We brought out the issue about ex-combatants. He believes that ex-combatants are Liberians, which of course they are Liberians, and but that was just something that I was concerned about. That's why I asked the question, and the discussions part they are all left with the panelists to and I'm now going to dive into what they said on the show on that night. But he was just key about why is it that all the things they talk about we didn't he talk about combating, and I believe
But
that's what
but well,
led
Aaron,
to
I
them
come in.
to ask
Aaron,
the question today.
before you go, let me come in. when Martin Kola started dictating what we should talk about, or that they retire something making him to be saying that.
Maybe why we did the show on the show where they didn't talk about all the other issues he talk about. I'm trying to send you that portion of the video for you to
Yeah, there you go. You my friend, go talk what you want us to talk about.
Yeah, so that's the issue. Yeah. But strangely today, since the ANC been having press conference or the CPP, strangely today, journalists were prevented from asking questions following a day after, or maybe just 2 days after we asked that question that became a talking point. They said no question. But we were told, journalists that were there were told that there would have been 5 questions asked. But after some consultations, we were told no questions. I don't know if there is a form to avoid some critical questions that will be asked that will dig up new things, okay, or whether it was intended to, maybe keep the time. Apparently, they felt that the press conference lasted for a very long time, so they didn't want people asking questions so that it doesn't, go into other business schedules that they had. But on the other hand, it smells as though, it smells as though they didn't want people asking more questions that would dig up more discussions, like in the case of the ex-combatant issue. So if you watch that video, if you watch the video I sent you, James, the first portion, the guy is saying we allow 5 questions, we accept 5 questions. But after some time, at the end of the press conference, he said no question. So I don't know why the ANC refused to take question for the very first time since they've been having the press conference. The CPP with the rally, there are lots of things that journalists want to ask about, clarities and other things. And I think at a media forum that you call a press conference, whenever journalists, are invited at a press conference, they take down note, they want to ask questions. So I don't think those are things that should be condoned, where people will be preventing journalists from asking questions. No question. You just talk, like maybe it's gonna lecture series, just everybody go home. No, I think that was very unfortunate.
Yeah. Aaron, as you explain it, and if your narrative is reflective of what happened, then I definitely understand where you are coming from. I think such an event, a big event, should entertain questions from Liberians. You guys tend to represent the views of Liberians. So it's almost like, the president coming to the United States and saying, I'm not going to take questions from regular Liberians or only a certain group of Liberians. I frown upon those kind of things. I think that, questions should be opened, discussions should be open to the public. Sometimes I may not like what you have to ask or what James Goode has to ask, but that's part of the that's part of the experience of having a press conference. People ask questions that do not necessarily be what you want them to ask. So as you explain it, if that's what happened, I think you are within your right to feel and that people don't want to answer your questions.
Yes. So, James, you are muted. James, you are muted.
Yeah, I just listened to Martin Kola, and I think Martin is not doing well for the so-called retired suffering. He's not doing well for them. Yeah. I think his colleagues, maybe they are thinking.
I don't know if I will make such an evaluation yet. I will explain.
No, I listened to his press conference. Maybe when the team comes, or maybe they will play it.
Yeah, when the team comes, I guess it's just narrate to us what you listen. Tell us the narrative of what you listened to, what you saw. But I think saying that he's not doing well is kind of adding an evaluation to what you saw him do.
Yeah, but I think I said he's not doing. I said
that's your personal. That's your personal view.
And I was let me just learn.
Okay, go ahead.
Flight is almost learning. Yeah, I think Martin is not doing well for so-called retired suffering rally. They may have started on a very good footing, but where Martin is reaching out to, like, show that he's the man, and how media institutions should discuss his rally, how they should point out or which group media institutions should start discussing when he needs them, dictating the topic or suggesting the topic for media institutions or talk shows. I think he's now allowing the invitation of the ex-rebels to overshadow what may have started as the good thing. Maybe it was just another advice. I listened to him shortly. His point is, Spoon, they name over 20 institutions. Marty did not tell us the truth, or not they did not name even good 15 institutions. The very first day, he gave fake news right there. He misinformed the public. The first news conference where Aaron asked that question, they did not name even good 10 institutions. He said they named over 20 institutions, and Spoon took the ex-rebels to talk about them. We forget about that. His point is, we should have discussed all of the groups that he named, forgetting to know that the people who he brought on board have linked with the dark age of Liberia. And again, he claimed that the government, I'm not a spokesman for the government, he claimed that the government or other people only misuse the ex-combatant, they only go for them, but the so-called retired suffering is trying to, bring them together and make them to work in a democratic way. What is the democratic way? One will ask Martin, what is the democratic way that his team is trying to bring them in? Why only during a protest you will go for them? Why when the CPP came together, or when the CPP got rebranded, or when you did your redesigning, why you didn't bring these people on board as a member of the CPP? Only the time you want to take the street, you want them to go out in the street, only that time you can go for them. Do you think that you teaching them, or you bringing them in a democratic form? Or, I don't know what happened. Or maybe the advisors are not doing well now for the so-called retired suffering, that Martin will want to start attacking to labor and throw an attack, saying that institutions are surrogates of the government. I think ANC, Mr. Cummings will have to redesign the structure of the entire team. Will have to think about it. He will have to think about it and then come back to talk about them. But the team and the team leader is not doing well. The team leader is not doing well. And that led to him also denying the media. Yes, that's their right to say this is an open news conference where journalists will be allowed to ask questions, or I'm just going to read out my press statement and then you can go ahead without you asking questions. That's their right to do. But to forget about your press conference and start suggesting what should be discussed when you are bringing people who fought yesterday, people who helped to, destroy, people who some of them they were forced somehow, some went there willingly, but they were part of the dark age. You're bringing them in when you are about to take to the street. You are not bringing them in when you sat on the table to talk about the formation or the rebranding of your institution. Only the time you want to take into the street, that's the time you think is the best time to bring them in and say, I want to make them to get in good democratic way. What is the democratic manner in that? Yeah, what is it?
You very dramatizing this whole issue, but hold on, okay?
No, what is the...
Well, I'll explain to you. Let me check. Just get rid of drama. That red drama going on, yo.
No, but
But when I talk to you to that, but I said I and that explain.
I know you say you want to clarify some things. I don't know if I can make my points. Maybe I'll make some error today. You want to clarify, they can clarify because I'm in the same language.
But you were there?
No, I was not there. But I'm listening to what you guys are telling me, and I'm making my comments based on what you are saying. That's it.
Okay, France just won. France going to final.
Oh, friends. Oh, yeah. You're sorry.
Yeah,
Oh,
they're going to
you're
be meeting
sorry.
Yeah.
Argentina.
Yeah, Aaron, make your point.
Yeah, so I know Martin Kola.
Yeah, you're
He's
matching
not the,
today.
he's not the type of person, that will attack the media. But it's strange, you know, for him to start, cherry picking media institution and distribute them search form as surrogate of the government. It's very strange, and I think maybe they retire when the retired sovereign Radi is putting some level of strange behavior in him. But this thing is no if and all about it. The war ex-combatant, former fighters. You listen in the words of Martin Kola, former fighters, ex-combatants. We all know that they are Liberians. They have the right to vote, but the war ex-combatants in our context, it has a very negative connotation that are reaching. Ex-combatant in the Liberian context, it has a very negative connotation. I've said that over and over and again that I think Martin slipped and he's trying to make up for the mistake that he made to single out that group. Remember that they had the DDRR program in Liberia,
Yes,
where
I
you
remember
had
that.
reintegration of those
Yes,
people.
I
So when
remember.
someone is reintegrated, you can find another group name, another name for them instead of attaching that whether combating or ex-combating or ex-fighters. I think they have been reintegrated into society. And so if they are supporters of the CPP, they should just be considered supporters of the CPP. If they pledge their support for the rally, the battle line of this entire discussion is that this thing, the war that will fought in this country, I read the TRC report. It was yesterday morning while I was on the radio. There's a portion there that talks about 12 institutions in this country that committed the greatest atrocities in this country. And that portion, they blame even the combatants, their leaders, their financiers, and everyone. So
Yes,
the war combatant or ex-combatant or fighter, it just has, those words just have negative connotations. So for you to come out in a protest that you say you're going to take 150,000 human beings to tell us that you're going to carry ex-fighters there. Do you not
Hey,
maybe take that step when you can say,
let
okay,
CB get they
maybe
get hundreds.
yeah, maybe you have maybe it's a war ex-combatant, meaning
maybe yeah,
those people are
Aaron.
no longer fighters again. But anybody here but ex-fighters, ex-combatants, the connotative standpoint is very bad,
Sure.
and people will
So,
just say that
so, so I
these people
mean,
are all for something else.
so there's kind of a few observations that I have based on what you guys said. I have not, listened to anything, any news conference prior to coming here. My comments are based on what both you and James are talking about. One, okay, from a journalistic observational point of view, it would be wise for us to understand why were the people who organized the press conference today, Martin Coley and others, why didn't they take questions? So perhaps they didn't want to take questions. That's one option. Another option is maybe they were running to another meeting, maybe they were running late, maybe they had other things scheduled. So that's what would be important for us to find out. Did they just not want to take questions? If they just didn't want to take questions, then obviously, um, you know, I'm concerned about that. But if they were running to another meeting and something else happened, then you know, uh, then you should ask further questions to say what happened.
How
Um,
do you ask a question when they don't want question?
well, I mean, you can do that. I mean, you got emails, you can text them and stuff like that. How do you guys communicate? You can still say, well, we noticed that you guys didn't ask any questions. You follow up. So you have documentation to say, I follow up with this, right? So, Stanton, welcome. We're just having a brief conversation about what these guys
And
experienced today. And then, secondly, James,
yes,
you had a
you're welcome.
yeah.
Welcome
And
And
to you.
again, my point is not really about why they did not take questions,
but
but
good day,
why
you
should.
had enough time to talk now. After that, I have time to talk.
Oh, okay. The attack on Spoon. That is my point. To suggest how Spoon should take, or how Spoon should discuss which topic, which group. That's my point.
Your
When
point is well
did
taken.
Martin get that point, or get
Your
that
point,
right?
that point is well taken. As people in the news business, you guys are. You have the authority and the right to decide your topics to discuss. Nobody should tell you how to, to discuss topics. So that point is well taken. So that's point number two. Point number three, Aaron, you talk about the connotation, negative connotation related to ex-combatant.
What
Uh,
are,
it's
I'm,
something that, huh?
I'm sorry, Dr. Richardson. What are we talking about?
Oh, okay. I don't want to go back and explain. It's been a long topic, but anyway, let's move forward. Let me just make my third point, and then we can start the show. So your point, area about ex-combatants, the negative connotation, that makes sense. There's so many words these days in modern society that cause a lot of trauma for people, provoke a lot of emotions for people. So we have to be careful how we use those words. But on the other hand, I think you guys were the one who reported. They said concerned veterans, some ex-combatant, ex-servicemen, some professional. I wrote those three words when you guys gave your last report, not today's report. And so all of a sudden we are just focused on the ex-combatant as opposed to concerned veterans, some professional, and ex-service people. So
News are permanent.
say that again.
News is permanent.
Well, it should be factual as well. So that's the fact that you
Yeah.
gave.
Yeah,
So
we
you,
mentioned all of those things, but that's what that's has the hook, and they were
The news go for the big name.
I see. Okay. Well, those are my points I want to say. I'd like to go for the facts and the big names as well. We just got to be careful when we're looking for big names all the time. So let's do a combination of both. Okay, let's go on. Stanton, take over your show. We need help. Well, we needed to welcome our people. You guys, y'all need to stop this much more talking. Let's welcome our people. I like doing that better. So, but thank you for updating. Thank you for updating the news. And I will always ask you guys for the news. But let's welcome. Is that okay, Stanton? You want to take over your show and welcome the people, or you want me to go ahead and welcome?
You shall proceed.
Okay, thank you. I'm running late with welcoming our audience today. I'd just like to welcome all of you guys to Spoon. We really enjoy having you guys on the program. Excuse our small talk with Aaron and Good Day. We want to welcome Wayne's son. We want to welcome Abraham Kahin Johnny. We want to welcome Janga Molba. She said that she likes Aaron's analysis. Aaron, Janga Molba, I like your analysis here. Vic Ja. Yeah, we want to welcome Vic Ja. I want to welcome Randall Thomas. I want to welcome Joseph Cantu. Joseph, how are you doing? I want to welcome Samuel Cooker. He says, call a spade a spade. Want to welcome my own friend, Valentine Precious. Precious, how are you doing? I want to welcome Venetia's Bar. He says he's following live. I want to welcome Jerry Hina. Sue said that ANC had another meeting. That's why they call the meeting short. That's Jerry Hino said that. That's why they didn't have to ask you guys questions. Somebody says, go friends here. Melvin Deshi is also, we want to welcome you despite your comment. We welcome you to Spoon Talk. I want to welcome all of you. How you listen to us by radio, by social media, by TV. We just want to welcome you. We appreciate you being here. Stanton, I circle back to you.
Are we good, Dr. Richardson? Oh boy. We want to welcome everybody, like Dr. Richardson said. We want to say we are grateful to have you on this wonderful December 14, 2022, a beautiful, beautiful, cold winter Wednesday. Yeah, in the east part of America, the eastern part of America. We want to say you're welcome to join us from Africa and all around the world, around the globe. We're happy to have you. Like we always say, we have but only 11 days to Christmas.
I hope your Christmas season is getting better. You will be blessed, even if that's full for you and your family. We pray to the good Lord that you have something to eat. And we want to say to every one of you in Liberia, God can bless anybody. We'll be back on Sunday. We have postponed our Sunday program just to be a blessing to you. You were called on the show. We will bless you, and I hope it helped. And I hope our Sunday program will help to give you $10, $15 to have food that day. Some way, somehow, the Lord will make a way. Some way, somehow, you will have something to eat. Because it is the Lord's day, He will make a way for you. You will have something to eat. Your family will have something to eat. We're thinking about you on this Christmas day. 11 days to go, we are praying along with you. We're praying along with our country, Liberia. And we hope that we all will remain strong and vigilant as we celebrate a wonderful Christmas and as we move into the new year. Ushering us into the new year will be so beautiful. New things, new commitments, new proposal, new agenda. We want to say, we are thinking about you. We are praying with you. We are trusting the good Lord will make a way for you. Your Christmas will be better. Your new year will even be better. Imagine it will be the year of election 2023. That you will have to decide who you want to be your president moving forward. October 10th will be election day. President George Manawe remain president of Liberia. He will be running again. And you will decide whether you want to keep him or whether you need somebody new. But whatever your decision may be, think about you and your family. Because you will be voting for a 6 years agenda, whether it's President Weah or a new president. You will be voting for that person to be your leader for 6 years. Have the president done enough? Do the president need to do more? Can you trust the opposition? Who in the opposition can you trust? Are those just words? I say, listen, they will make my life better. And we have to think about these things. We have to watch these things. We got to come from different aspects of our life. We got to understand the individual that we're going to vote for. And I want to say to every one of you, our country, Liberia, will be better. What are the alternatives? What are the deliverables? What are the tangibles? Are they just coming with sweet talks? We'll make the case, folks. We'll help you understand. So we want to say that we are praying for you. We are trusting you that you'll make a better decision. So every day as we come on this phone talk to speak, we just want to encourage you. Be strong. Keep the faith. Liberia deserves better. We all deserve better. Your children deserve better future. Your mothers, your fathers, we all deserve better. Now go back and read the book that was written, an author by Samuel L. Jackson. Samuel Jackson, not L. Jackson. Samuel L. Jackson is the author. But it was authored by our own pap, Samuel Jackson. Rich Nation, Poor People. This is not about today. James, you can come back on Aaron Kuben. This is not about today. This is about since Charlie King Town, we've been the rich nations, poor people. God never just put resources in Liberia today. No. It's been there since decades. Charlie King Town, that we would say. Rich nation, poor people, we've been rich. with natural resources. But we'll get there, though. We'll get better. I want to encourage you. Put politics aside and just think about Liberia and think about your future. A year from now, where will you be? After October 10th, 2023, where will you be? How you want to see Liberia? Now we have learned, we have seen that the president is in the United States in Washington, D.C. He's speaking at the African summit. He's meeting other world leaders, comparing notes, making the argument for Liberia. To each his own. Whether you're from ANC, Liberty Party, UPLP, wherever party you find yourself as a member, though, just think Liberia, believe in Liberia, and just hope for the better days. That day that your children will be in school, a better school, accredited institution. That day your children will be able to go to school and have lunch. They will eat, they will do an after-school program. That day will come, my friend, that you will walk into a hospital, that you will be seen by doctors, nurses, that you will be given medication to take home because the pharmacy will be in the compound of the hospital. That day that you will have a better job that pays well, and you'll receive your paycheck on time, and you know how much you're making. We just want to say, just keep the faith. Trust God, it shall be well. A lot have come down to this government. You know, it's a lot of from COVID, from everything. But yet still, we have beaten on this government. But you know, government is next to God. As the government asks for more time, the government say they are trying, they're doing their best. President, we have been out of the country for this long. Are we going to see the new president we are upon his return? Are we going to see some changes? Are we going to see the president we are that is down to earth? Let's say he have the people at heart. Are we going to see the president we are that will speak to the nation and address the issue? Are we going to see the president we are that will instill hope to his people? And we're just hoping that one day this question can be answered. But we're going to have a good show today. We talk about the list from LBDI. I have a lot of questions about that list that Richardson from LBDI. What 9,000 individuals and entity, businesses. But the question remains, why would I continue to give you a loan and you stay in arrear of your old loan? For example, I gave Peter the loan, $5,000. Peter didn't pay. Then I gave him another loan the following year, and he didn't pay. And I gave him another loan the following year. Why was that happening? Some folks saying that, well, I pay all my loan, but my name is on the delinquent list. They got the paper, they pay. We got a document from LBDI that they pay. They reach out to us that they pay. So why the name on the list as delinquent? So we'll be discussing all of these things. We'll be discussing this thing because it is important to discuss. Who are we going to blame? Are we blaming the bank, the government, or the individual? Politician on the list. Oppositions in position on the list. But if you understand that the bank that is in question is the Liberia Bank for Development and Investment. So ask yourself, why the country is not developed? Where are the investment in the country? The Liberia Bank for Development and Investment. So we got the names of some of the folks on the list. Past government official present, ministers, president, vice president, opposition leaders, families, friends, everybody on the list. And we'll be discussing it today. It is important for us to discuss it today. All right, so, and also, like you guys were discussing, Dr. Rich is saying, my dear friend Mountain, I think they are in error, stopping the press from asking questions. Your government in waiting. Is that how the ANC want to run your own operation now? We will not take your question because you said X, Y, and Z about us. You are not in government yet, though. You're shutting down the freedom of the press. You know, when we say this thing, people get angry and say, but why are you picking on this party? No, we are not. Have you been observing that ANC have mostly almost 3 or 4 representatives on the Spawn Talk? But yet and still, they are not satisfied. Yet and still, they just some kind of folks that you will never please them. And now in the capacity of ANC under the Half Liberty Party and CPP unity, they are saying they are not going to take any question whatsoever. You are not in government yet, and you're displaying this behavior. You blame personal way of not taking question, and now you're about to do the same. It's like from the frying pan to the frying pot. But you're saying you're the change. So we'll be discussing this. Let's play the clip from Martin Kula this afternoon, and then we'll go into the conversation. But it's troubling. It's disturbing. It's discouraging. Poor leadership. Very poor leadership. Let's play the clip, James.
Let me say thanks and appreciation to all of our stakeholder organizations that have come. And thank again to the Fourth Estate. I hope today, as we discuss, Spoon will be able to name the rest of the institutions that are here. The last time we named what for the institution here, interestingly, Spoon when they took up as Combatant, and they discussed it on one whole show. You know, it was so, you know, they still doing that for Liberia, not for me. So if you want to honor my, well, it's good. You know, you send in America, you send money here to Liberia every day. You know, you're sending money here more than ever before now because the country is so hard and bad. Then you say, oh, one show, you get talk, try to honor man something, and so that you think that good journalism, well, it's up to you. It's up to you. And after all, as combatants are part of our society. And let's look at those who are pointing fingers or talking to us about associating with ex-combatants, the surrogates of the regime, surrogates of George Weah. The second person in command in the country, the place Ambassador Weah could not win election in this country. The only way he won election in this country was to go to MPP, formerly MPFL. Because they misuse, disuse, unuse, he used the ex-combatant and they dashed them and gave them no hope, no direction. And they can only go for them when they want to misuse them. So they are afraid when people like us trying to democratize them and tell them the right way to do something is to do it under the kind of democratic tenets where you allow them to voice all their frustration.
So again, I'm going to pray. I'm going to start this conversation. You know, a lot of folks calling my names. That I'm George Manaway supporter. They call him Spoon name. That Spoon support President Weah. The chief of staff to Mr. Cummings and the rest of them calling me names that I support Joseph Yuma Boaka. And I think ANC folks are confused, some of them. And I say some of them, they are confused. I do believe that this is not about Spoon. This is not about Spoon, and this shouldn't be about Spoon. You got Dr. Richardson on the Spoon Talk. Mariah appears on the Spoon Talk. Spoon Talk is a place that Louis Brown appear every day if you want to. Spoon Talk, because of Spoon Talk, when Mr. Cummings was in court, all those times he was on Spoon Talk. Spoon Talk would take every one of them. You have folks on Spoon Talk preaching for Mr. Cummings. Some folks on Spoon Talk defend Mr. Cummings even to their death. And today, ANC folks running around and saying, we will not take your question. You are from Spoon Talk. You talk about the ex-combatants. When it is all well, then yes, you are friend to ANC. But when we reminded folks that it was the same Louis Brown that shut down radio stations, those guys don't put the knee on the jugular vein, like the Costa, the Patrick Honor, and the rest of them. They would not hesitate to shut any radio station down if Mr. Cummings is in power. If they can stop the journalists today from asking questions, if they can stop them today and saying, we will not take your question. And because of what was done today, what I want to say, if I say it, it will get vexed. If I take the action that I want to take, and they will come back and say, oh, CEO, what you did that. Last night, President, we asked Spoon, the folks on Spoon are my friends. They ran with that and said, oh, yours, yay. President, we asked the folks on Spoon, friends. The Creole people have something to say, and Kev Hassan taught me this. And it says that, I think, let me say it right, that to Richardson, because this is from Kev Hassan. He said, get no one don't get. Aaron, help me, and maybe we can interpret this thing. Get no one, and one don't get. I don't know what Kev Hassan means. I'll wait when Kev come on the show, then he can help us. So I will say again, I will say very slowly, James. Kev Hassan said, get no one don't get.
Yeah, so
Can you help me with that? Anybody can help me with that interpretation? Because when Kev Hassan saw the clip today, he called me and he said, I said, Kev, you from Liberia, how you know the Creole? Kev said, go ask Eugene Fagon. And I'm trying to understand the meaning of that. I said, Kev, why you say that? And Kev said, CEO, I will tell you this. Get, no one don't get. Because if you just look at what Mountain said today, it shows ungratefulness. If you watch that clip, it shows ungratefulness to the network that have hosted all your folks, that have elevated your talking points, and you are not paying dime. You have never, ever give this network a dime. But yet and still, we try to be fair and balanced and transparent in what we. Can you check it? Can you turn the phone off, Aaron? But
Yeah.
today, you are saying that, oh no, we will not take questions from Spoon. We will not take questions from anyone else. You have sanctioned the media. But you want them to cover your event. Louis Brown said, we will not take questions from Spoon. Louis Brown said, we will not take questions from the media. Martin Kohler said, we will not take questions from Spoon. We will not take questions from the media. Those are the faces of Mr. Cummings. Those are the folks that are running the good old Mr. Cummings campaign. Imagine if they were in government, they will be shutting down the media because and only because we are not singing the praises. I'm going to pause and I will bring the guys in. Dr. Richardson. We're going to have a good 2 hours program today. We have another hour, 30 minutes to go. And we're going to discuss this issue. It's discouraging. If you give them power, they will shut down every media institution that speak out against them. A lot of folks call me this going time to say, oh, you heard that President we have said it must shut down Spoon. Oh, you heard that President we have said it was shut down Spoon. Immediately he returned back to the country. And I told one of them that you're a madman. But just imagine everything we have said about CDC government, everything we put out there concerning this administration. Unlike CDC government, the ANC that have not tasted power though, they're talking about shutting down Spoon. The ANC that have not tasted power, they are not in position. Mr. Cummings is not president yet. If folks say we will not take question because they say we are recruiting ex-combatant. It is discouraging, folks, but we'll deal with it accordingly. Dr. Richardson?
So there's a few thoughts that I have going on right now. One is, as a person, I tend to like to speak about my disagreements in the background. It's just part of my professionalism as I practice with my students, as I practice with my clients. But I just have a warning to organizations in Liberia, especially political organizations. Try not to make enemies with the media. I don't think the fourth estate, I don't think that is a good trend or a good practice because you need them. You need to be in a collaborative but yet distance because the media have to maintain their objectivity type of relationship. What was said about Spoon, I think isolating and trying to single out one particular media group is not a wise decision. If you're going to speak, I think speak in general terms. I also want to point out perhaps today what happened or yesterday what happened at the press conference need further investigation. Perhaps they had other activities to attend to. Perhaps they were rushing. I don't know. I wasn't there, so I don't know what happened. But I'm hearing from Era and Good Day that they just kind of shut down the press conference and said they didn't want any questions. In my head, there are two things. One is I wonder if they were rushing to something else or were they sincerely not taking any other questions? And then if they were not taking other questions, that is concerning because we on this end are often accused the president of Liberia for not taking questions. He's actually here, and it is my understanding that there are select persons who he's taking questions from, isolating many other Liberians. And if that's what happened, I think Stanton described it from going from, the frying pan to the frying pot, or whatever the analogy was. It is it's very similar. The next thing I wrote down was, even making reference to you sitting in America, sending money more than ever before, and then you having this kind of discussion, blah blah blah. I know there's something that he said. I wouldn't even make reference to the people in America sitting here having a talk show. It's just not a good thing to do. We don't want any divisiveness right now. We want inclusion of all Liberians. We can't be talking about including one group, but yet and still saying you're sitting in America. It just don't sound okay to me. Yes, Aaron was right when he said that. I mean, not Aaron. Martin Cooley was right when he said, let's look at the use of ex-veterans, ex-combatant. Let's look at how it was used on Spoon. It is my recollection, and I'm sure my memory is serving me right here. We had a good discussion about it, and we all took different positions. And the majority of us was talking about we need to include ex-combatants in our activities. I think that was the trend. I mean, and then again, even if people didn't agree with us including ex-combatant, or with us on the show, if panelists had a different view about calling ex-combatant, that's their opinion. We respect that. I mean, I know I took the view of inclusiveness. I know other people on the show took other views, but I think the theme was, okay, we got to include everybody there. Liberian citizen. I remember maybe Mr. Fagon was on the show the last time. He said they are Liberian citizens. So, but this is a show where we all have the opportunity to express different views, and we all will not agree at all the time. But we just have to listen to it and filter your needs and how it supports Liberians. I think he said that they use ex-combatant. He said that the government tend to use ex-combatants, and again, it's something that should be reported. And then they dash them. That's what he said. The government tends to use ex-combatant and then dash them. And he said we want to democratize ex-combatant. And I think Good Day, your question was, what is democratizing ex-combatant? I think including them in the ability to exercise the constitutional right, it was what he meant by that. So I will stop here. Those were my initial thoughts about the conversation. I think we should just stay away from making enemies with the media. That's my thoughts.
Back to Richardson, thank you very much. We appreciate your thoughts. As we move along with this program tonight, I will have an answer to what Mountain did today. And I will have an answer that will be very, very transparent to the issue. We have Aaron Kuban. Aaron, you were at the program when that happened, right? For those of our folks that just joining us, give us an overview. I know we'll be talking about this delinquent list, but this is important to discuss. The night the ANC folks, under the Tim Cummins leader, Louis Brown, is putting up this thing that Spoon shouldn't ask questions, and other media institutions shouldn't ask questions through Mountain, and they will not. They choose not to deal with us. We're gonna cut the scent. We'll cut the scent tonight on the show before the day ends, because their aim and objective to tell the Liberian people that we will not take Martin Kuban question. I mean, Aaron Kuban question, Good Day question, the media question, not only Spoon. Will not take your question because you said that we're recruiting from a combatant. We will allow you to carry us live, but we will not take your question. These are the guys that are asking the Liberian people to vote for them. So when they get into power, they will be shutting down radio stations and TV stations like they did Heron Costa and the rest of them under the leadership of Louis Brown when he was at Information Ministry. These are the guys, it's like they now begin to eat their own cheeks. though the chicken ain't hatched the egg yet. These are the guys that are creating the problem that you will be faced with tomorrow. That if you speak of Mr. Cummings, if you speak ill of Mr. Cummings, they will persecute you down to the wire. These are the guys that tell you, I'll say, I will stop you today. We don't give a damn if you vote for us or not, because this is who we are. You either say the good thing about us or you don't talk to us. I got a recording from someone from ANC, and at the appropriate time, I would play that recording. They are not appreciative. No matter what you do for them, no matter how many times they appear to make the case, they said, don't talk about Mr. Cummings like that. He's an injured. Don't talk about Mr. How dare you to talk about Mr. Cummings? How dare you to tell us that we're recruiting ex-combatant? So we don't need you. We'll not take your question. James played the clip before we hear from Aaron Kuban tonight. Play this clip. It's disturbing though. And Liberians need to know this. Liberians all over need to know this. They need to condemn this. They need to reject this, because you cannot suppress it.
Let me say thanks and appreciation to all of our stakeholder organizations that have come. And thank again to the Fourth Estate. I hope today, as we discuss, Spoon will be able to name the rest of the institutions that are here. The last time we named what for the institution here, interestingly, Spoon when they took up ex-combatant and they discussed it on one whole show. You know, it was so bad, you know. They think we're doing that for Liberia, not for me. So if you want to honor my, well, it's good. You know, you send in America, you send money here to Liberia every day. You know, you're sending money here more than ever before now because the country is so hard and bad. Then you say, oh, one show, you get talk, try to honor man something, and so that you think that good journalism, well, it's up to you. It's up to you. And after all, ex-combatants are part of our society. And let's look at those who are pointing fingers or talking to us about associating with ex-combatants. The surrogates of the regime, surrogates of George Weah. The second person in command in the country, the place Ambassador Weah could not win election in this country. The only way he won election in this country was to go to APP. Formerly MPFL. Because they misuse, disuse, unuse, use the ex-combatant and they dash them and gave them no hope, no direction. And they can only go for them when they want to misuse them. So they are afraid when people like us trying to democratize them and tell them the right way to do something is to do it under the kind of democratic tenets where you allow them to voice all their frustration and anger in your most civil manner. So they get surrogates talking all around. Oh, you're called ex-combatant, you're called ex-combatant. You feel one of the reasons why the people get problem with the government is because they see association with ex-combatant. The only reason why they want to deny us having association with these people because they know what they did to the people. Today we are creating a platform, an opportunity to give the people new hope. And you see surrogates, ex-combatant. Are they not Liberian? And are in a party where you told your vice president from? Today you get vice president, they call Joao Taylor. Why are you doing that kind of thing to our people so? Why they too much segregation, that kind of way? So we want to thank all of you people. Let me start by appreciating. I will give updates, but today is going to be about the people. The people will speak to their organization. We have.
Let's get to where he stopped the questioning. Do you have that clip? We are not hearing you, James. Thank you. Aaron, talk to us. You were at that program.
Yeah, so I followed the press conference. And the video James is about to play is now Martin Kola, is the director of press for this entire team, Cummings, and this rally. at the start of the what is surprising is that at the start of the press conference, you will listen to him in that video saying that we'll take questions. Okay, we'll take 5 questions. And then when Martin came on, at that time, Martin had not come out to make that statement and talk about how people went and, you know, to one aspect of the entire press conference and discuss the issue of ex-combatants. At that time, Martin had not made that statement. So the brother came out and said, you know, we'll take questions. But after Martin made that statement and all the speakers spoke, strangely, he came back and said, we'll not take question. And my point before you came on, CEO, was that when you call for press conference, James, are you ready?
No, go ahead. Finish up, Aaron. Finish up.
And so when you call for a press conference, it is a press conference. It's a press function. And so obviously, you should be expecting that journalists will ask questions. Journalists should ask questions. And everyone who has done that.
What did the young man say? Just let's get to the point as to what they said when
he said there will be no question. There will be no question. Now all of the media institutions were deprived from asking questions today. There will be no question. And I think this is because Martin struck a serious point on an issue that came out as a result of a questioning or a question and answer portion of the last press conference on this issue about ex-combatant.
All right, let's go ahead. Let's go to the video. James, can you play the video, please?
So we will entertain very few questions from the press because, as I said, we don't want this to be very long today. We don't want to hold here for the rest of the day. So we'll entertain at most 5 questions, and we'll be very straight to it. One person will ask one question. Quick update and 2 announcements. We will not entertain any question. And the announcement, one announcement is to.
So let me ask you, Aaron or Eugene, welcome to the show. Aaron, let me ask you a question. Why was the change saying we will not take any question?
Some of them are saying because they have business schedule, but that was not discussed. That was not something that was said. That there will be, you know, there was something else. But I think is that it's because of the questions that have been asked and the results that have come out. You know, about the ex-combatant issue. So they did not disclose to us why.
Yeah, but let me say this, Aaron. I think something is happening with ANC folks. Some of them. I think that Tim Cummins is going into that spine, and somebody would say that medulla oblongata, and giving them put them in the stage of confusion. And I think it's getting serious. You're accusing the media, you're accusing Spawn of saying that you're recruiting former combatants from Buto. So what? You're calling on to them. Former combatants are Liberians, but you have not done anything for them. Not a damn thing you have done for the former combatants that you created, Mr. Louis Brown. You created those former combatants. You were serving as a national security advisor to the president, then Charles Ganga Taylor. You redirected and advised the president as to how to operate. You created them. Have you intervened in building a rehabilitation center since you created them? Have you advocated bringing resources from non-governmental entities as to how you will help them? Have you integrated them into society? You created them. Now you want them to come and sing your praises and dance your kumbaya and say we tired suffering to project yourself? What have Cummins done for them? If we ask, just send us to the website. There's nothing on the website. So what have Cummins done for them? This is embarrassing. Stop using those former combatants for your own political gain. You blame the government. But what have you done for them? You serve as information minister under Madam Salif. After you serve as national security advisor, after you created them, after you have your end accomplished, you move on to serve as information minister. When you have all the money in the Madam Salif government, what was your advice to Madam Salif in helping those folks today that you call Zokos? Nobody's stupid here. What are you telling Mr. Cummings? What intervention are you creating? But now you want them to stay on the street under the pretext that we tired suffering. Now you want them to do it. You're asking them to travel from Nimba, Grand Bassa, and all other countries to come and do it with tired suffering. I wish you were asking them to come for you to show them a beautiful rehabilitation center, for you to give them a place to stay, for you to help them and carry them on what they call rehabilitation, on the whole holistic form of rehabilitation. That's a shame on Louis Brown. That's a damn shame. No, Fagon. I know I will bring you in. That's a shame on Louis Brown. That's a shame on ANC. How dare they to point out to those young men and women that we need to help? The only time they will call their name is to put them as a guide to the retired, with retired suffering. And they sit there to celebrate them. Where were you, Louis Brown, when you were hanging out with Charles Stetter? When you're using these very folks to serve as security guards and give you protection as you travel to observe the war front. You created them, Louis Brown. Oh, I forgot. Ask Donald Che. Where was Donald Che? But those are the folks that have formed the team Cummings. And Cummings certain, oh, I forgot. Cummings was in the country. So he knows nothing about this. And now you want to say because we talk about you creating them, oh, no, we're not taking questions. No. We're not taking questions from Spoon. It's pitiful, man. But when we get into this conversation, you decide where you want to be. We don't use our brothers and sisters that are on the street for your own political gain and projection. So after we tire suffering, then what? They're going to go back on the street, right? Oh, no. Mr. Cummings has a plan for them. Oh, no. Mr. Cummings don't have a plan for them, Louis Brown. You know what? Mr. Cummings is not government. So he will wait. 2029, when he win election, then he will have a plan for them. Oh, yeah. He will wait 2029. If he ever win the election, then we'll have a plan for them. That's embarrassment. That's total embarrassment. When we beat on the government of the corruption, you're clapping. When we beat on the government and try to straighten up this government and speak truth to power, you'll celebrate. But we turn the other cheek to you guys and tell you guys are wrong. You're trying to shut us down, though you guys are not in power yet. The Honorable Eugene Lamin Fagon, talk to us. You're muted, sir. Can you unmute, please?
Sure. Thank you for having me, Stanton. I'm becoming a very regular person on this platform. Actually, let me say good evening to Madam Francine Chinawith Richardson, my family neighbor. The Chinawiths and the Fangons were the first people to build a house in Swankamo community in the Congo Town area. And that is recorded in the history of our country. Having said that, I see you seem to be upset as CEO for the Spoon Network and also the most powerful media mogul. I'm not trying to blow your whistle, because to cut you down as a tree is no problem to me using a power saw. But I like to give people their flowers when they are alive. You are the most powerful media mogul. And I understand there is an attempt by the government as I speak to you to cut you down, which will be a sad mistake. It will be a callous, cynical, and utterly stupid mistake to attempt to cut you down. That I know. You didn't know that. I'm bringing it to your attention. It is also a very silly mistake on the part of any political institution, or in particular, in this case, the ANC. Here is why I say so. We who went to school use our experience for political science, learn under people as apprentices, went to the classroom and studied political science. We know that the media is your greatest ally in politics. Let's take, for example, Donald Trump. He had money, but he knew that he did not come from the Republican establishment. So raising monies for him to use in the media would have been difficult. So what did Donald Trump do? He fed the media with bits, political baits that were highly controversial and contentious. He would say, oh, you know why? It was a locker room talk. But truly, when I get in the locker room and see the ladies passing, and someone said, what do you do? He said, grab them by the... I'm not going to say that here. Donald Trump, oh, Trump is spreading in the media like wildfire. He didn't have to pay for it. Oh, you know, I go walking down the street of New York and somebody tell me bull crap. I just take my gun and shoot them and nothing's going to come out of it. Oh, Trump. And then he goes, after 3 weeks, he goes like, you know why I don't pay that much taxes? It's because I'm a smart man. You dummies don't understand how taxes work. Oh, Trump. The media can make you and the media can break you. And what happened? At the end of his first term, the media got even and the media broke him. When he started to say to CNN and all the other people started calling them names, fake news, lying, this and that, they said, okay, we're coming for you. What a candidate has is the ability to address people, Stanton, and make use of a giving space at a particular time using the unthinkable, or if you like, what the current event of the day is that he has to feed to his constituents and those who he anticipate will join him later. In politics, sometimes we call it red meat. Sometimes we call it addressing the base for those of us who go to school. And I listen to you. And then I'm looking at the ANC. ANC, how many radio stations do you have? How many newspapers do you own? How many magazines can you speak of? Oh, ANC people, I feel sorry. How many television stations can you brag of right now with all your monies? The people you are paying today to carry stories for you in the newspapers, or the surrogates you're paying, whether it be SKTV or Focus on Liberia or whatsoever, you don't understand how this business works. The way this business works is this simple. By the time we get to June, and they don't favor you anymore, they will ask you for something. So you say you want her, she will say to you, hey man, I ready my car spoil now. I really need someone a new car. Then you're sitting there scratching your head, knowing you cannot provide the new car, but you love her and you've been helping her. But now she's not asking for 200 iPhone, or she's asking for a new car. The media sometimes play like that. Meaning, do you have good stories for us, or something that can make our ratings go up, or our contents be good? You're like, you core and you soft. They're looking for contents. Contents will boost their ratings. The ratings would boost their sales and their popularity, of course. So it's a careless mistake to signal out a particular media institution or to declare war on the media that you will not sustain, and it's never, nobody in politics, you go to the classroom, they will tell you, no one wins the media. It happened, and I don't want to jump the gun because I know you will say, oh, don't go there, don't go there. We're coming to that thing that happened yesterday in DC. When you signal out a media institution, especially one such as Spoon Network, it's not called Spoon TV, Spoon FM, it's called Spoon Network. It's a whole conglomerate of media institutions combined. And you go after them. You say things like, oh, you see those people then talking on our platform. The people on Spoon are my friends. They are your friends, but you did not invite them. They are your friends, but your people did not invite them. They are your friends, but you did not ask for them. So politicians who make those, I will say, very simple, I'm qualifying it by the word simple mistakes lack the real ingredient of a true politician or a statesman. You use surrogates to attack people. You use surrogates to attack parties, but you defend yourself against the media, and what you do to the media is call them out. You do not attack them. And the attack on Spoon or the media was unprovoked. I'm not saying don't defend yourself, because defending yourself would have been that Spoon said, we are recruiting ex-combatants. Let me say this to Spoon. Spoon, you're in the house. Thank you. May I have the opportunity or privilege to address you directly? We got support from the ex-combatants. We did not set a tent to recruit them or register them. So we demand an apology from you. If you don't want to, the world knows the truth. But it's a shame that you would tell us that we are recruiting because we have an endorsement of our protest. I think you were unfair to us. Let's be honest. We'll move on. You're done. But you want to attack them? That's different from standing up to them and defending yourself. And so I will say, even though I joined the conversation late, but the ANC did not try. The ANC should strive to do better. The ANC, in terms of what do you say? The table. The ANC is not first. The ANC is not second. If anything, of the four contenders, the ANC is third. And I'm being honest in what I'm saying.
But I would disagree with you. I think I would disagree with you when you talk about the ranks. I would disagree with you. I know you're learning, but
many people to number 3, man.
But enemies also disagree with you now. You will force me to agree with you.
I know the people to number 3. I'll let you prove
Okay, guys.
But I know that the people to number 6. So that move on.
I know people to number 6 and there's no 5.
Okay.
Okay.
You got to have 5 before you have 6.
So yeah, but if you're not there, so you're number 6. But let me say this real quick.
Who told number 5? No, the poor one here. Who told number 5?
But man, keep that for my closing. I will address it. Who told number 5? But let me say this.
I know what you want to say. You want to say Benedict to number 5 now. That's what you want to do.
The people that kick Benedict up.
That's why I know you don't have to get me to classroom.
No. You call him Benedict name. Benedict is not part of CPP no more. They kick him out.
But I'm saying you want to carry to number 5.
That's not true, Stanton.
No. Should we talk about the Benedict issue? I don't want to talk about it.
No, don't talk about it, man. Don't make that offensive feedback.
That's a French saying.
Hey, he read it.
He read it. You just did it.
That's a French saying. But Benedict is out. It's not a joke.
Can we?
Since Louis Bryan came to the picture, right? Mr. Cummings pushed Benedict out because he doesn't trust Benedict anymore. Promises that were made to Benedict, they renege on their promises. Since Louis Bryan came in the picture, have you no Fagon? Don't do this to us. Have you
Can I
heard
just
Billy
say my
say,
thoughts on the
you know
conversation
what?
before we
Go
move on?
ahead, give your thought. We'll come to the Billy issue. Talk to
Yeah.
us. I know you gotta
Yes.
stop this. You gotta stop.
So
Talk to
yeah,
us.
Fabio, you're taking us all with ability issue, and we need to say, you know, so my thoughts about this is, first, I will not stigmatize any individual, okay, whether it's Louis Brown, whether it's a former president or anything, by saying that they were the one who caused the ex-combatants in the country. I think that we should be very open-minded to understand that many factors caused our war that subsequently led to people becoming what we consider ex-combatant. Although in other parts of the world, the use of ex-combatant is not a bad thing. It's veterans. I live with an ex. I'm married to an ex-combatant, somebody who fought in the war, so they are considered ex-combatant.
So just be very clear, as combatant here in America.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to say. That's what I'm trying to say. So I'm just trying to say that it can't be a negative thing. It is a negative thing, as Aaron was saying, in Liberia. But I think that stigmatizing ex-combatant and stigmatizing an individual, I think I would be just as wrong by stigmatizing an individual and say this person caused the war, and stigmatizing ex-combatant. I think we should also be more in depth and look at reasons that contributed to the war. I think that if I stigmatize individuals, like saying Louis Brown caused the war, it would be almost tantamount to saying political institutions are now saying that Spoon did this, Spoon were want to use ex-combatants. So it would be almost the same thing. It would be the same stigmatization. Just one, I'm doing it individually, and then one, a political party doing it to Spoon. So
I disagree with you. They said, I think this person is a military man. No U.S. military veteran can be called ex-combatant.
Well, that's their opinion, but I know my husband will be considered himself. He fought in the war, so he's an ex-combatant. He's a veteran. Well, that's the way that
veteran is different from ex-combatant, though.
So my husband was in combat, so I can view him as an ex-combatant.
I understand. He was in combat.
I can view him as an ex-combatant. I can view him as a veteran.
Fighting on behalf of America, right, in another country, not fighting within the United States.
A combatant is a combatant. It doesn't matter what it is. America had a civil war in this country. The North fought against the South.
Those who the Civil War.
Those who fought. No, my husband is not that old.
Come on, man. Your husband fought doing the Civil War.
I'm just saying, those who fought are combatants. What you fight in a war,
your husband a Confederate soldier now.
Yeah. So that person, it's just a matter of words. But we're not going to have a battle of words. I was saying something very serious here. I was talking about, I don't want to stigmatize an individual. I think I would be just as bad if I stigmatize an individual like Louis Brown, and I'll be doing the same thing what they were doing to the media institution to Spoon today. They're saying that Spoon misrepresented ex-combatant on the show. Spoon just only isolated the conversation to speaking about ex-combatant, when I know very well that was not the conversation here. We were talking about inclusiveness. Many of us agree about including ex-combatant because they are Liberian. I think somebody asked the question, are they not Liberian? That day. So I don't want to go down that route and stigmatize a particular person and say, oh, they caused the war. And I don't want to be the one to say, Spoon was wrong by discussing ex-combatant only on the show and labeling ANC to say ANC just wanted to use the ex-combatant. I think I'll be just as wrong because that's not what happened. Let's talk about some lesson learned. Okay, I think it was mentioned here that political institutions need the media. I said early on, it's not the time to make enemies with the media. It's the time for us to work in a collaborative way, but yet and still the media should keep their objectivity. I think that news outlets such as ours should at least play the whole story, because I'm hearing from ANC media director, he's telling me that we should play the whole clip, because apparently it was said at the end of that clip that there was another meeting that they had to rush to. They were already pressed for time. So I just wanted to put that out there.
Thank you very much. I think the political director is lying.
But you can't call people to a press conference, media men and women, to a press conference, stand before them and tell them that's not a church. The pastor preach, even in the church, the pastor will call the people up for prayer. You can't do that. I mean, we can understand. It's the same thing the CDC did yesterday. The president got to go. The president got to go. The president had all the time. But even going outside, you see George Bush, Biden, Obama, when they're rushing, journalists throw questions at them. They say stop, and they answer. So people who handle politicians, it's unfortunate. I don't know how many of them have actually sat down to focus on politics, because it sounds to me like, now it sounds to me, but it is a reality that most of them are in it for the money. You cannot sit and tell people X, Y, Z, W, V, U, T, and then they say, just a follow-up. You just said that the combatants, ex-combatants endorse you. Do you think that's a good idea? You don't want, you just want to talk and walk away? I don't think it's fair to the media.
Let me add to that, because we got to move on from this thing. I'm done with the ANC and the stopping spoon from not asking questions, stopping other media outlets. And now, you know what? Something is happening.
And you know, because you're the biggest media mogul, let me ask you on this platform, let it put people on the spot, because don't go in the darkness and say you are not allowed to cover any ANC event whatsoever. You have the biggest, you got all the TV, all the radio, whatever you want to have. Are you still going to not sanction them, right? I want to hear that from you.
Why? No, we can't do that.
Okay, very good. Just forgive them. Forgive them because of Dr. Francine, okay?
Forgive them because of Dr. Francine. If I can have you on the show, Eugene Lame Fagon, if I can bring on this network as a Vatupa, if I can talk to folks that have openly said they will execute me and they will take my balls and eat it, then who else I can bring on the show? And to tell you the truth, I'm not, listen, if they stop Spoon from attending the event, it's up to them. But Spoon belongs to Liberians in and all of Liberia. We will not stop. We will present to the Liberian people that which is accurate, and we will cover every media institution if they allow us to cover them. But this just show who ANC will be tomorrow when they take power, if I go.
You know what the Liberian people say? They say you pamper ANC under the baby not turn to play you now.
Yeah, the baby got teeth. The baby got teeth.
The baby got teeth now.
We got topics to talk about today.
On the show, right? And they will celebrate Mr. Cummings. But if somebody said the school does not belong to Mr. Cummings, they'll go crying wolf. That's his birthday. Why you bring that conversation on his birthday? That's his birthday, so we can do our show. They will go ahead and start crying. Why did you talk to Mr. Cummings like that? He's an angel from heaven. He have committed no sin. And it remind me about this one person that everybody was pampering, and now when the time comes, they're regretting. This is not who we should be. If Mr. Cummings have a thin skin, get him out of the political life. Send him back to Coca-Cola. If he does have a thin skin.
Cummings has a very thick skin, man. Someone that go to court for 9 months, sit on the presidential bench.
Of the day, Eugene Lame Fagon, it was on the platform that our host Cephas to come. that are entertaining Mr. Cummings for 4-5 one-on-one with the CEO.
Yeah, but Cummings got thick skin, man. Don't add that to Cummings.
Know about. It was on this platform that we allowed the government to throw that case away because we pushed them. But Cummings and some folks around here want to be ungrateful. Where is the thank you note? Where is the appreciate your
Don't say some folks, well, just call the person name, man. Because Bellete now, you don't put Bellete in 5th place.
Bellete gone, they kick Bellete out. They brought Louis Brown and kicked Bellete out.
Yeah, goodness.
Now they break away the CPP Global and says you a
CPP renovated the place. Bellete had a rally. Bellete brought the motorbikes.
No. This is serious. And Liberians should hear this.
We're not talking.
Everything Bellete tried to do now to be representative, he done with Mr.
Cummings. Liberian people love this show. They love us. You know, they love Spoon.
Mr. Cummings done with Bellete.
Provide information to them. So let's move on.
Mr. Cummings Bellete said, I will take a vice president.
Why did they treat Bellete like that? Why did they treat Bellete?
That's another show.
Fagon, let me say this. They promised Bellete vice president from your part of Liberty Party. We gave you LPRC. We gave you the finance ministry. We gave you Freeport. Mr. Cummings Renee. When Louis Brown started advising Mr. Cummings, said you do not want to associate with that cat. He's a bad cat. He travel at night. He eat his own baby. Mr. Cummings, check up. Look at the distance between Mr. Cummings and Bellete right now. Not to be frank. Mama, the thing I can hear that's in my ear. They encourage Mr. Cummings, you got to find a 13 thing. Mr. Cummings, check up from Bellete.
But you see, you should have listened to the bell ringing when you heard Tim Cummings. This man is the chairman of the CPP. He's chairman of Liberty Party, right? And he's chairman of the CPP. And all of a sudden, the man put all the pickup truck them behind you, put all the motorbike, the place, turn around, brought all the yellow machines.
Let's say that, I beg you, Fagon. Let's say that Bellete time.
Man, let me tell my own, man. Let me
feel on my own part, my man. Let me feel on my own. I want to go to the delinquent list, my man. I tell you,
yeah, because Bellete said to me, Bellete said, my man, you are loose cannon. So last time Bellete said you are loose cannon, I think for a long time I said my own brother said I lose cannon. I want you know he lose up. Because at the end of the day, he bring all that in there, then they go say Louis Brown. When Bellete want to Louis Brown. So I look at it and say, I would not have my man Bellete. I know what's going on. They got displaced people. Even in political party, we got displaced people, we got refugee camp. You see me right now? I displaced. I can go back. I displaced. In my own country, Jawea displaced me. Bellete too.
Jawea say you in place, you'll come back home. But let me say this. Let me say this so you forgot.
Let's go to our team.
I know we're about to go. Please. Bellete is my friend. Bellete is my friend. I talk to Bellete all the time. But the way Mr. Cummings and the team Cummings started treating Bellete is done with them. Anything you're going to see right now, Dr. Richard said, let me make my point.
Can we finish that talk, please?
You got to stop interrupting me.
Yeah, sorry.
Right now, it's all lelo. If you are on the street, you will know lelo. It's all lelo. Because you know what? Let me say this. I really don't want to say this because I like Musa Bellete. But the way they treated Musa Bellete and Mariah Yakula can see eye to eye. Musa Bellete and Louis Brown, there's a big gap right now. They are begging Musa Bellete to attend the rally. They say you heard what Spoon say you will not attend the rally. You are the chairman for CPP. Bellete is done. He's tired. He got to run his Termex. He got to pay the rest of the money he owe FBDI. He got to worry about his businesses. He's done. He got to talk about running for District 7 in Nima County. Bellete is done. The man is too young to get that pressure. He's building CPP up, and thank God for this young lady that helped him Bellete. I will call her name someday. I'm still holding the name to my chest. She's doing extremely well. I mean, she's doing everything for the growth of CPP. They have opened a new chat room of folks from ANC Global just running into CPP because they do not trust ANC Global no more. Mr. Cummings was in California and they raised less than expected money. And at the end of the day, guess what happened? It's a big split. The global Midwest have turned into CPP. And let me say this to you, Fagon. The reason why it's happening also is cultural. The ANC global Midwest is all Mandingo, Mano, and Gio people. And that's what Bidete from. And they are all turning right now, supporting Bidete. The first money this guy collected, the Musa Bidete CPP USA, surpasses what Mr. Cummings collected in California. This is huge. Bidete is building an empire here in America on the CPP USA. Bidete is building an empire here, CPP USA. People are registering like crazy. They don't like Louis Brown. They do not like the formation that Mr. Cummings brought. They're already done. They talk to me. They hate it. The movement supporting Bidete. If Bidete say move, they move. They are having a convention coming April. They're looking for a spot right now in Philadelphia to have the convention. And we announce it. Then we get vexed. The CPP USA having a convention in April. Bidete will be here in America. The money is not going to Mr. Cummings. The money is not going to go global because they don't like Louis Brown. That they believe that he's projecting himself to be the vice president or the face of this organization comes 2029. They really don't like Louis Brown.
Then why are you wasting your time? Go to the tape for California. They made it clear to Cummings. They said, we don't like Louis Brown being the face of our party. They were clear about it.
There you go.
You can't come and say you come in new, then you take the old people and bring the old people on us. We're not going to take that. They made it clear to him. So Cummings got work on his plate. But I can tell you one thing. The displaced people from political parties will be the most dangerous to any political institutions. They are usually referred to as disenchanted seditions because, you know, when they thought they would kick them out. Look, I know you will go to your money, but let me tell you something. Yesterday in Washington, D.C., I challenged anybody to go to the Executive Mansion website. It was disgraceful, and it was something that will come back to bite my own party in the butt. They chewed on something that they couldn't swallow. So yesterday, when you take off all the families and people from the government that attended, and you come to the small CDC group that went there, you will see the whole back of the hall, the left side and the right side, and you could see the disappointment in the president's face. You came to America to address the Liberian people.
Yeah, but I feel with this ANC will come to.
And that's what I'm saying. I'm talking about displaced people.
Okay.
What happened here is, I don't care what anybody says. Bidete worked too hard to get Cummings.
Yes.
Why did Louis Brown not surface when Cummings was going to court for 9 months?
Yeah.
Why did Louis Brown not surface when Cummings was being kicked around and did not have a political home? Why did Louis Brown not surface when Cummings was in the heydays of his political turmoil? But after Bidete had done everything and laid the groundwork for the NEC, for the CPP, fought everybody, stabilized the CPP, created a new brand of a CPP. Then comes from nowhere, Louis Brown takes over in a political coup d'etat. Bloodless, although, but worthless. What do I mean bloodless, but worthless? There was no blood spill, but was it worth it? No, it was worthless. Because at the end of the day, Louis Brown is now the punching bag of every political party or individual. And what happens? It takes away the debate from Cummings. It takes away the attention from Cummings. Everything now is Louis Brown. And in politics, we will now ask the question, before you jump to your next topic. Is Louis Brown a political equity or an excess baggage? When we sit in our corner, that's what we do. And all Liberians listening to me right now, they're asking themselves, did he add any value to the Cummings camp? Yes or no? Wow. If the answer is no, which I suspect will be, did he take away something from the Cummins camp. He took away a lot. Is he an added addition or an excess baggage? They will conclude he is. So what will Cummins do now? Will he go back to Bility? Will Bility allow that to happen again? Is Bility happy? Dude, I've been doing this thing for 37 years. And I know what's happening right now. Bility will now focus on District 7 in Nimba County. Bility is now saying, oh, say you brought Louis Brown. Picking you up, bring my pick out there. Don't also bring my motor boy there. Don't forget it. Let him go print t-shirt. No, let Bility do everything. You think, I mean, let Louis Brown do everything. You think if Bility were in charge, they were going to pay $2,000 to the stadium?
No, they were going to pay.
They were going to pay cash down.
Yeah.
All the pickers, them more than 24. Music playing. You will go and pay for 25% of ACO supporters. You will go, you hustle, hey, Liberty Party supporters. You will go and take care of all the my beginning on Broad Street and Tina, you know their name. Disadvantage, Bility will organize. But you know why? And I will say this in closing on this particular topic. If Cummins can hear, let him hear me. If you want your protest, your rally to succeed, call it off, postpone it, re-engage with the other actors in the political arena that are members of the opposition. And if they come to terms, all of you will do it. If you do it alone, Stanton, do you have a pen? Because I want you to give me credit for this. You, Cummins, if you allow Louis Brown to fool you for this, how you call it? We are hungry and we are tired of suffering rally. It will mark the beginning. Write it down, please. It will mark the beginning of the end of your political career in Liberia. You don't have the support. I'm saying it again. You do not have the support. And it's because of the message and the messenger. I think the message is good. The messenger is bad. The focus is on an individual that does not have the popularity within the opposition community, and he is seen as a political hijacker. Therefore, the one support that you had, which is that of Bility, all of these people. Please, I beg you 10 seconds. I'm not going more than 10 seconds.
5 seconds, man. I gave you 5.
Listen. Oh, you know why these people are leaving Louis Brown? They want to prove a point that Louis Brown is not as popular as he claimed. Everybody gonna stay away. And that will give Bility his position back. Bility himself will stay away. Brother, read between the lines.
But listen, I was saying, you say I will read between the lines. I will bring in my sister, Dr. Richie, saying, Fagon, you want me to read between the lines? I do not. I hear from the sources. I will hear from the horse's mouth. Because it is important. This is what I will tell you, Fagon.
Me, I never say anything that came back to me.
Mr. coming back. Listen, say what you want to say. The fight is on. Musa is taking position. The bunch of the ANC that were forced to resign. Mr. Cummins asked them to resign from ANC Global. Elias asked them to resign from ANC Global. Moriah asked them to resign from ANC Global. Someone else said, we're not resigning. You'll fire us. Someone else said, we're resigning. And it went over to CPP USA. And at the end of the day, Fagon, I will ask you, because I know my sister gave me that low grade now. But Fagon, I will ask you, at the end of the day, they ask the people to resign from ANC Global, but they still keeping the people money. The people contributions stay going in their account. When the people ask for bank statement, they say, we can't get your bank statement. Can you imagine? We got to say this to Liberia. This is the manifestation of the people that want to be government tomorrow. I've taken my time to beat on this government, and I would be very transparent on it. Can be UP, it can be any one of them. I hear a lot of stuff, Fagon. I keep it to myself. At the appointed given time, I shall speak on issues, and Liberian will listen. And this is what I'm doing today. You have almost 41 individuals that served Mr. Cummings in ANC Global. 41 of them that sacrificed their lives. 41 of them that took beating, or a little over 41. Mr. Cummings had a press conference and he asked them to resign. And he asked them to get away from ANC Global because they have taken side with Musa Belite.
But leave that story.
Why decided to serve in CPP USA?
I'll get a chance to speak.
Dr. Richardson got to speak. Let me lay this out. Because I'm getting frustrated with the cunning behavior of folks that trying to hide their faces and saying that, yes, Mr. Cummings is an injured government in waiting. And today, Mountain College, my dear brother Mountain, and every one of them, Louis Brown, turning their back and putting a fight with the media. You want to know the real Mr. Cummings? I can tell you to join us in 3 days. I'll tell you about the real Mr. Cummings. And I know they want to go on social media on me tonight. You want me to take position on Mr. Cummings? I can. And I will speak to my people in Liberia and they will understand. We will not settle for the injuries that we have not seen. And they shouldn't settle.
I say, when I take a position.
You taking side already?
It's not, I'm not taking side. I was saying that because the last time I posed my question, you guys were running head to scatter. I would say this to everyone. Let's be fair. No one is perfect. But as we strive towards perfection, we should appreciate those that guide our footstep and lead us through. This is wrong. This is the spoon talk. I do not serve ANC. We do not serve UP. We do not serve CDC. But we serve the Liberian people with truth and transparency. And this too shall be spoken of because Mr. Cummings is not the clean man you think he is. I would now digress and give chance to my sister, Dr. Chinua Richardson. Say your piece.
So, you know, a lot of people in Liberia depend on SPON to provide adequate information, and we have done that. We have been a place where Liberians come to get information as we hear it. But I believe that when we speak, we should make sure that we are speaking with some factual and objective information to the people of Liberia. As someone who supports Mr. Cummings, I have no knowledge of all of this party wrangling that we are hearing today. If there are any kind of disagreement, dissatisfaction, there is no different than any political party or no different than any group of people that are working to obtain a common goal, which is making we are a one-term president of Liberia. And for the people in ANC, making Mr. Cummings president of Liberia is bigger than any of these little political conversations or propaganda that may be discussed on the show today. As far as I know, and I spoke to Mr. Hassan Bilada just before I came on the show. I was actually calling him to clarify issue relating to other matters, what we're supposed to be discussing, the LBDI list. That's what we were about. We had a conversation about. And as far as I know, he is the CPP chairperson. He is the CPP chairman. He's working efficiently, effectively, just like any other chairperson of a collaborating political party. As far as I know, Louis Brown is the chairperson for the campaign. And people follow Louis Brown's directive. As far as I know, We Tired Suffering rally has multiple faces. Today, you will see Martin Kohler. Tomorrow, you will see Louis Brown. The next day, you will see Desmond. I forgot Desmond's last name. The next day, you will perhaps see Rebel Binta. The next day, you will see multiple people coming to speak until the rally is held. So for us to come here, I know, that there was a presentation by Martin Kohler that presented as if he was having problems with SPON today. I know, that the perception that we have right now, but I think we should rise above that. Liberia is better and the people are suffering. Let's speak to the issue of the people suffering in Liberia. Let's sympathize with them. But for us to come and just spend almost an hour trying to, talk about what's going on ANC, what's not going on ANC, and all of that stuff is just, to me, not healthy for the democracy of our country. So Liberia is better and bigger. So let's focus on retired suffering. If we have any kind of criticism of retired suffering rally, let's put that in those terms. So that's what I want to say. But as far as I know, Louis Brown is the campaign chairman. Musa is the CPP chairman. And that's how it is. And that's how it stays. As a matter of fact, Musa will be at the rally. I saw his posting. He made a post saying that he wouldn't miss anything than the rally.
Yeah, because I asked Musa to be there. I forced Musa to be there. I told Musa you cannot stay in Ganta. Right now, I can tell you that Musa is on his way back to Monrovia as we speak right now. If anybody has Musa ability, say, hold on 1 minute. I can say this to you right now. He's on his way back to Monrovia as we speak. If anybody has Musa ability, cell phone, call him. Let me say this. I know a lot of stuff. But heaven is the head that wear the crown. I'll be quiet sometimes because I know we want Liberia to be better. But when we project our political leaders to be the angels that we have not seen, and they are devil from hell, we need to speak on it. This too is Liberia, and Liberia deserves better. We're bringing our brothers into money. George who parked his car. This brother will never go off one day from Spoon. If it costs him to park in the rest area on the highway, he would do so. Let's bring in the sin. The brother was lucky last night. But talk to us. If I go, where were you? The man was lucky. Talk to us. Centumali.
No, I heard a lot. They say Josh, we are too. I think I don't know how much Josh we are getting, man. I just say
you can laugh.
But anyway, guys, look, it's good to be on this point. I had a very late doctor appointment, so I had something else to do. But decided just.
You and Ben having doctor appointment regularly now. What happened, my man?
So I just I'll stop. Let me stop and just partake in the show a little bit. But honestly, just to address the issues that have been discussed earlier, the issue with the press conference. I don't think it was the right thing for the guys at the CPB or ANC to have called out the Spoon Network. They called out also, in media business, in politics, you don't want to start to align with a side. You want to make sure that you treat everyone fair. But again, too, it was in the right to say, well, we're not taking questions. Maybe something came out, something came up that caused it. Like the Pagon said earlier, the town hall organizers last night told us that the president would have received questions from the audience, and then later on they said the president would not take questions. I think I know a friend of mine who flew from Atlanta, Georgia, to go to that event to ask the president a question. He bought his ticket, he paid hotel bill, he even hired security and all. He rented a car, and at the end of the day, he left disappointed that he went there to ask the president a question. I couldn't ask the president a question, so I don't think it was fair to these people that went. And then secondly, another thing is that I even saw one of our Liberian sister had to go to Paul Kagame town hall event to ask him a question, which I don't think it was right, but she asked him a question there. Okay, so I don't think at the ANC, I hope they will do a better job when they have these press conferences to arrange it better, so that you only people go there with a picture will ask questions and then you stop them. And lastly, too, look, Louis Bryan I know I've been knowing Louis Bryan from for a long time, many years. He's a nice guy, very sound guy. And I disagree with people who say that he brings nothing to the table. If St. Louis Bryan joined the ANC, if you notice, he had one of the constant attack from the ruling establishment. Even yesterday, now in the president event, he indirectly attacked Louis Bryan and the ANC. That shows you that that's somebody who would know he got something. If he was nobody, they won't be giving him credence. He wanted to do a press conference at the station. The people attack the station. And now he speaks, people respond. Look, that's how you know politics is getting interesting. Whenever Louis Brown speaks, whenever he speaks to the public, he breaks public silence, they come after him. If he was nobody, they won't bother him. Honestly, they will say, well, we're not responding to this guy. Whenever he speaks, they go after him. Okay, he may not have the crowd, the pulling, but I think the reason why you're using in that position for what he's doing right now is to be an attack dog. Okay, but again, they left the ANC. I'm not in the party, but they know how to do their game. As result, as concerning their internal politics. No, the reason why I don't let it really get involved in party stuff, because sometimes you say something, the next guy just now, Direction said Musa Beyeze, he will be at a rally. So if I come and say he actually not attend the rally, then he comes and say he attended the rally, it made me look like that guy. Even he told me that he was attending, then I look ugly. So I don't like to really get involved in the internal politics of the party. But at the end of the day, I pray and hope that they will put an act together, and the media, like Fagon said, the media should be your friend in politics. You shouldn't just attack a media entity, especially with Spoon. You can't attack us like that and just think you just get away. Like, I mean, we are the most attacked talk show in the country. Everyone attacks us, but the good thing about it, we should come on our platform to respond to them. Some funny guys attack me. I look at it, I just look at it. I call them the funny guys. I don't get any credence. I just don't mind them. But you don't attack a media entity. You want the media to be your friend and to help to promote you. So I hope and pray that all the parties involved, even the ruling CDC and everyone, will be friends to the media and take the media to be your friend and open up to them, because they can destroy you, they can elevate you. So anyway, thanks guys. Thanks.
So Tumale George, thank you very much. Thank you. Let Fagon come in on this one.
Well, let me say this to Tumale, because I said to Musa Ability when the crisis started in the Liberty Party, I said, Musa, I need you to take me serious when I tell you this. You are the chairman of Liberty Party. All you are carrying around is a document and few people. The Liberty Party is actually being handled by Nyombli Kanga and Dillon. They have the people. Right now, I can tell you, what's her name? Charlene Brumskin will win, whether Liberty Party take her or not. The citizens there will wear green and white, and every Liberty partisan, including CDC and ANC and everybody, will vote for her in recognition of the services of her father and to pay homage. Make no mistake, Nyombli, Talon, and Liberty got no control over that. I'm going to say this to Tumale. Louis Brown is a tough guy. Louis Brown speaks and everybody go. If he wasn't important, they wouldn't take him serious. That's true. But when you talk about the CPP now, you know who owns that? It's Benetton that got a fingerprint all over it. Louis Brown does not have his fingerprints over the C. First of all, he don't even know what the CPP document is right now. He does not even know what's in it. And he does not have the financial capability as Ability does. And Kumis have not been the one bringing people together to the CPP. It's been Ability. So when did Louis Brown surface? Last month? You think that 6 weeks is enough to gather the people that Ability have gathered? Make no mistake. These things happen within party. We know that, Tumale. But I think what ANC did was unfortunate. You brought Louis Brown in, and I'll be honest, take me to the gallows. And Louis Brown decided, I'll do it my way. And Ability wasn't having it. So if they're going to have something together, that's good. I'm happy for them. But I know it's not worked up to this point. And Tumale, you cannot tell me. If Ability was involved in this thing, the organization would have been better than what it is now. Do you want to hold a debate about that? I don't think so.
No, but Fagon.
Ability sitting on the fence and watching, plenty happen. It's not late yet. They got a few more days.
Fagon, I don't know, except somebody is saying, if maybe, I don't know which one of them, whether the Ability or Louis Brown, who doing the talking, I don't know, but I don't think it's good for the rally. Is it good for the CPP or the ANC for them to be having?
I agree with you exactly.
Yeah, if they are getting information, They are getting mixed messages out there. They are causing confusion within their own ranks and file. I hope that's not the case. I think it's better for them to control the internal disagreements within the institutions and handle it better than to be getting mixed messages.
And
But
that
at the end
was
of
the
the day,
basis for which I say call it off. Because
but like I said,
on air, it finish.
I mean, for concerning the call of the rally, I think most of the other, I think you want to have a better rally, you get others involved. But if the other people be complaining that they were not approached, like the other parties in the opposition, the other entities, other individuals say that they weren't approached, you want to make it successful, get them involved. If you postpone it, and do a better one. But it's up to them, you know. I really not involved in the rally, but they have the right to do the rally. But I think they want to get a good turnout, a good outcome. Get others involved. If they cause them to postpone it, it's up to them. I think the best idea. But to just do it alone, perhaps,
It's like yesterday.
Under the banner of CPP, ANC is not.
So let's
I want
go
to
ahead.
GC,
I'm going to make your last
we
closing and go to
invited
Dr.
ANC
Richardson.
people. We invited all the other people. ANC making that Yapohi Osa. And he was reporting live from outside the building. How did you invite everybody? And the people come to the place and you put them outside. What kind of invitation is that?
I know you guys. I know you really want us to go to that program. What happened yesterday?
I'm just saying what he's saying. You know.
Yeah.
You don't invite people, then you treat them bad.
I think.
Dr. Richardson, wrap up on this one. We got to move on to the next.
I think we can also mention lesson learned here that you can't be in political institution and call a press conference and don't plan enough to entertain questions. I think, somebody said that, Falcon, you said that here. And I think lesson learned, I'm sure political institutions are taking note. Regarding that, there's wrangling within the ANC. This is all news to me. I'm really surprised that, people be saying there's this feud between Louis Brown and Hassan Billy. Like I said, I spoke to Hassan Billy right before the show. I didn't hear, and I tend to communicate with him as chairperson of the CPP, and he has not spread that. So I don't know if, that other people, outside of Spoon are trying to put a wedge between those two people, perhaps thinking that it would benefit, their political party. It's not working. Those guys are working as seriously to make sure that the rally goes well. With tired suffering, they have often said that this rally is going to be about people who are suffering in the country. If you know that you are suffering, you know that you are having difficulty getting rights to eat, which was the responsibility of our government to ensure that the price of rice remains stable, this rally is for you. If you know that you're paying taxes, you worked hard in the country, you're a citizen of Liberia, and you are not getting your electricity, good water, good food, this rally is for you. If you know that you've been working for months and months and months and you're not getting paid because our government has relocated money, perhaps paying our president $2,000 a day to go sit in Qatar to watch football game, and because our government, our president, who has not been in the country for at least 38, 39 days, when all of these things are going on, this rally is for you. If you are just unhappy with the backwardsness in terms of which our country is going, this rally is for you. If you're going home, in fact, this December holiday season, and they spend unnecessarily amount at the tune of almost $116 million on RIA highway that is incomplete, that anybody, they are telling us who are going home sometime soon, that we have to sleep in a hotel instead of coming home, spend extra money sleeping in a hotel instead of coming home. This rally is for you. Call your family and friends and let them know that this rally is for you. We are tired of suffering. So that's the point I want to make. There's no feud going on in ANC or CPP as I'm hearing it now.
Thank you very much, Dr. Richardson. It is important to note that you from ANC and you will try to drink your juice and calm the storm. It's beautiful. And I love when you do that, because we know what is happening in ANC. We do know how Fagon said they have displayed musability. And, they are pushing in the corner. Like when Fagon was on the refugees camp in Budubura, probably musability is on some kind of camp in Nimba County right now, fighting for his political life. So let's move on. I'm just today.
By the way, I just want to say that Mr. Cummings was in California. He took questions until everybody exhausted all the questions. President George was in
move on now,
Washington, D.C. He didn't take any questions. I don't remember the last time.
Let Dr. Richardson talk.
I don't even remember the last time that.
Sorry, we gotta move on now.
It finished. It finished. It was finished.
Yeah, that's all.
I just wanted to make that point.
All right, but
Dr. Richardson, you don't want you to say Kumi's talk question.
Thank you for coming on this show, because at least you can hear some of the things I have to say.
Yeah, I can hear you. Dr. Richardson, Dr. Richardson, Dr.
Thank
Richardson.
Hey, when you say that, just there's not a phone.
When you say that, it can sound to me just the ship captain. Mayday, 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 mayday.
I'm telling you.
You know, the issue is that as hard as the ANC folks trying to sell Mr. Cummings, the buyer are not buying him either. And that's the regrettable part of this conversation. You guys keep on trying. Keep on trying.
How you know you in the market?
I want to, I shouldn't position myself, but I'm going to let that go.
They put credited Dr. Peabody and Tomali one time. It just that they didn't pay info.
The Liberian people hate ungratefulness, though. Seriously. The Liberian people hate ungratefulness. When you're ungrateful to them, they will never, ever consider you. They will eat your money. They will eat your money and they will go. I don't need to talk to you. People hate ungratefulness. As poor as most of them are, they are satisfied and content. Okay? Yeah. They are satisfied and content. It's like the Bible says, the dry bread is be content, because what they are doing to the Liberian people is the service. To just want to get power by any means, anyhow, and you will find the true quarter. To just want to get in power. But we have part two to this discussion. Like my old man, Pat Jackson, always says, Samuel Jackson, of course, yeah, let's see. I said, Papa, where you take it one from? But it's serious. This is what we would talk about every day, because our country deserves better. And we should move forward to fight those hypocrites, those people that present themselves to be angels, but they are not. Those people that are just waiting to grab power, and you will see the true color. They will persecute and execute everyone that turned against them. And that's wrong. Yes, let's move on.
Thank you. Let's move on.
Let's move on, Dr. Richardson. We talk about the list. Fagon. The list that came out late in the evening when we were having a beautiful show. We talk about this list because it's important for Liberian people. You have 9,300 and some more names and entity on the list. Everybody in Liberia now talking about this list. So, Tony, are you with us?
I'm here. I'm here.
All right, brother. Thank you. And everybody talking about this list. I was surprised. I will start with my own where I am on this list. We saw Madam Joa Howard Taylor name on the list. You can take your piece. We are not going to take forever. We saw Madam Joa Howard Taylor name on this list, the Vice President of the Republic of Liberia. Then I began to wonder and think to myself, why would the VP name be done? Why? Did she take money from LBDI? Did she take money from LBDI? Folks need to know. Liberians now, they are waiting. The Vice President name is on the list. And if you open the phone line right now, everybody will say, well, yeah, she took money. When did she take the money? Did she pay it back? Because the list, there's a portion on the list that I cut off. And I hope some of you that have the list, you got to understand, we got the entire list. Portion of the list cut off. How much they owe, whether they are delinquent, you are not saying it. They just say delinquent borrower. That's it. And put all their names down. 9,000 or so more of them. Madam Joe Howard Taylor, the vice president, it was called. If you look on the list, President Weir's name is on the list too. But let me talk about Madam Joe Howard Taylor for a minute. Let me talk about Madam Joe Howard Taylor for a minute. And everybody that listen, please. Madam Joe Howard Taylor borrowed money from LBDI prior to in and around 2015. And people say, CEO, no, don't talk about it. Let's no. Yeah, people borrow money. It's true. Samuel Jackson spoke. Musa Belete spoke. People have reached out to me. A lot of them. They have sent me information since Stanton. That list was just printed off for everybody that took money. Then I said, but why they say you're delinquent? Somebody at the bank not doing the job. Somebody at the bank is in, they are in so much error. And listen to this. You asked whether Madam Joe Howard Taylor took money. Yes, she did. She borrowed money. But has she paid the bank back as agreed upon? Aha. Fago. So when people take money, Centumani George, that the richest say, why will you put them on a delinquent? When they say you are delinquent, it means that you are still owing the bank. You are not meeting up with your obligation, your promises, your agreement. So you get Madam Joe Howard Taylor on the list. But I can tell you though, and I will share this with the guys. The VP, February 18, 2015, completed her full payment. The money she took from the bank, she paid back. February 18, 2015. Imagine then she was Senator Joe Howard Taylor. She wasn't the VP then. 2015, she was Senator Joe Howard Taylor. And she made a full settlement of what she took. So when she took the money, she made a full settlement. And that's the letter. And we're glad to receive the letter that she made a full settlement on the amount that she borrowed from the bank. And I will read the letter because it is important. I will read this letter. The letter is upside down, so I got to turn my phone upside down, Fagon. This is what happened when you gave me hard time, Fagon. All right. Let me ask the question. What does tell you, Fagon, Dr. Richard say? That now we are seeing that a payment was made in full, a settlement was done. She paid the people money back. Why does they have her name on the list? Let's do a quick roundtable, then I will read the full settlement letter she received from the bank. Dr. Francine, this woman took money when she was serving as senator. She paid the money in full. They gave her her document. Thank you. You're a good customer. Why they have her name on a delinquent?
So again, thank you for allowing us to move on to the subject of the day, which is the LBDI delinquent list. I'm happy that yesterday when we started this conversation, I asked that we table the conversation until we explore the list even more. And I'm glad that overnight we got new information to help us be more informed discussants on this panel. Yes, I did hear from the vice president as well that, like you said, she paid and she's no longer in debt to the bank. So the list as it is, I then went on to think about a lot of things. Number one, you said it seems like it's an old list, it's incomplete. There's no date on the list, number one. So maybe they put mixed people who already paid their debt along with people who might be owing. Like Samuel Jackson, he made a post today and he also called our show and said yes, he did owe the bank money. But there were other people like Mr. Billy show us almost the same letter that the vice president Joel Howard Taylor presented. They both have the same letter, so that tells us that list has people who paid and people who perhaps are still owing the bank. It doesn't tell us how much they owe. It doesn't tell us a date of when they made this payment. So there's a lot of things going on. And why is this list surfacing now, especially in light of the resignation of one of their employees? So there's a lot of questions to be asked about this list. I'm suspicious about it, to be honest with you.
Thank you, Dr. Richard said. Before we get to Fagon and Santuane George, I will read the letter of forced settlement from LBDI, Senator Chief Joel Howard Taylor, Senator of Bond County, 2015, February 18. Is when they gave us this letter. Dear Senator Joel Howard Taylor, release of collateral document or documents. We are hereby releasing the below collateral document to you due to the following reason: full settlement of Senator Joel Howard Taylor loan. Full settlement of Senator Joel Howard Taylor loan. Signed, Credit Division, Executive Management. I confirm receiving the above specified document. Joel Howard Taylor. This is exactly what we want to see. Your name is on the list. If you pay your loan in full, they clear you, they give you the letter, you move on. Musa Hassan Berete sent us his document. Madam Joel Howard Taylor has paid her loan in full since February 18, 2015. Here we are. A lot of names on that list. She didn't deny. She said, I took a loan. Taking a loan is not a bad thing, but I pay back and I pay the interest. Honorable Eugene Fagon.
Well, the first thing I'd like to say to my people out there listening to me, and on a very serious note, the first thing Honorable Billy attempted to do was to say the list was faked. But after he alluded to it, Samuel Jackson, now the vice president, and I did call my friend McGill, and McGill too alluded to the list. It means to me the list is authentic and legit. However, the question now remains as to whether those who say that they actually paid. Because when you say that a person is delinquent, it means that person is not servicing their loan. Now, when I look at it, it says list of delinquent customers. And for me, I'm looking for somebody to come forward and say, okay, this is what it is, like some of the people did. But I'm more so confused. Belite said something last night. The 4 times you see my name there simply means I took 4 different loans using the same collateral. That's not possible. And I can say that to anybody. And every loan is drawn up on its own merits. The interest on the loan reflects the amount. So for me, I want to say I'm disturbed because it's like there's something hidden here. Secondly, there are so many people in government that are on this list. And there is a need for us to get clarity as soon as possible. Like, let me give you an example. When I saw Finabono near, I was like, you can't be building all those skyscrapers, condominiums, flashy buildings all around the country and not service your loan as Chief of Protocol of the Republic of Liberia. I think about Moses Colley at the Liberia Civil Aviation Authority. You can't be that kind of big man with an airplane and you're not servicing your loan. I think about Israel Akinsanya. You can't be at LTA and not servicing your loan. I think about Isaac Yinabo. You can't be at the EU ambassador and you're not servicing your loan. I'm thinking about Dr. Henry Topa. You can't be in the Senate and not pay your loan. Just a few names to mention, more is there. But I'm also again disturbed that the amount of foreign businesses that have gathered these lump sum loans. If this is the Liberian Bank for Development and Investment, German people, you will leave your own Liberian people or inject a loan to Soso, Lebanese, Nigerians, Indians, and the list here. Nobody can talk for my phone to me. I'm looking at it. Then you wonder why every day you crying. And I'm not condemning the Lebanese community. I just want to know the truth. Y'all follow here more than any Liberian people. Indian people, y'all follow here more than any Liberian people. Nigerian people, same thing. Such a bank needs to be investigated to find out what were the criteria out there for the loan. How did they go about it? How did they derive, or what are these people did what they were supposed to do to obtain these loans? But the most disturbing part is to see the name George Mane Weah, President, Republic of Liberia. Didn't get president there. But if I see the name George Mane Weah, is that something you doubt? Did you see the name there, George Mane Weah? Is there? How many times is it there?
I never saw it.
Oh, then you get it wrong, Liz.
Okay, I think I got it wrong, Liz. Oh my God.
I'm going to follow Kabe and send it to Stanton to put it in your chat room right now. I'm sending it. Where is Stanton? Please come up. Stanton right there. Send. I sent it. So maybe you want to put it or you put it up. If the president of Liberia is listed as having had loans from that bank, but now it's supposed to be serviced. He is supposed to pay. So if you don't pay, who will pay? It's there. Stanton, have you received it? Because me, I let they say. I'm facts versus fiction. Don't try me. Okay? So again, Stanton, I am disturbed. I'm really, really disturbed because of, like I said, when I see all the people near, I say, that I brought money here. You giving it to Upte Singh. You giving it to Fawaz this. You giving it to that this. I'm not saying Lebanese, Indian, and Nigerians can take loan. I will never say that. But for every 5 Lebanese and 10 Indian and 15 Nigerian, then I see one name like George Mane Weah. Why were you giving our monies to these people? What collateral did they put down if they could not own properties? What collateral? So I'm just going to say this. As we continue to go through the list, the names we see, it does not mean all these people did not pay their loan. I would just be confused. You saw Samuel Jackson, and I have great respect for him because of that last night again. He admitted, right, CEO? He admitted. So how many Samuel Jacksons do we have on the list? When Belete came, Belete admitted he said he paid. The VP came, VP admitted she said she paid. And at the same list I'm looking at, George Weah need there 2 times. So the question now, did he pay? Did he pay? Because the same list get all the other people. They say, one man say, I didn't pay. The other 2 say, I pay. So we'll wait to hear from the president. Did he pay? If he didn't pay, he already took out 25% from his paycheck. He took out the other 50. The other half, we start seizing it. And I'm my own political leader. Why you see you laughing? When I deal with my own people, you can be laughing. Then when I come to your people, you...
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you.
No, don't cut me off. Because we're about to take the president's paycheck. Don't go there.
We got to move on, my man. We got to move on.
So will we take a paycheck or not?
Pause. We'll come back to you, brother. Pause. Since somebody's laughing.
So you saw the knee, 2 times. 2.
So we are bringing too much in George in.
I know George, we are paid. I want to show.
But you know, let me say first. I know somebody's. Yeah.
Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, somebody said we're being selected. No, we aren't being selective. The list is very long. It's a long list. Well, I can tell you, all the big boys and girls in Liberia are on that list, right?
They're on the list.
If you talk about the politics part, the only people that are on that list there, I want that when the politician and the big politician that got Gonglo, that Boyka, that coming so far, I see that on that list. The rest of the people that the big politician on that list, okay. Besides that, what bothers me is that it took the reason why people are getting so jittery is because the Americans are not pressuring, they are getting involved in this. In this, the ambassador addressed the issue last week. I heard the IMF too have taken interest into this matter. But so it takes the U.S. government got to act before we act most of the time. Then when they say, when America speaks, they say, we care for America. They can't control us. But then, because the Americans got the government not speaking, talking about this issue, so people getting jittery, everybody getting concerned, everybody rushing to pay. But also too, as I said last night, the reason why I said the bank was saying error to bridge confidentiality was because everybody have their own loan service in a different way. Okay, because I just said the question: if I use a collateral to get a loan, why can't you go after my collateral to get your money back? Okay, why? I mean, you should find out what's happening. Then the loan officer too, they get kickbacks. In servicing a loan for someone, they get kickback. I mean, so they are all involved. They are all involved in this thing. So the question is, who gonna oversee this matter? When the government are involved, so who gonna say, look, let's get to the bottom of it? Who gonna investigate? Who gonna find out? I mean, when everybody's already involved somewhere or the other. But I repeat, I think the bank should have come up with people name and just expose the people. They should ask people. I know you can get investment, it cost your business, but that's my view. I think they should have people loan and service differently and so forth. On the other hand, I think it is not fair to Liberian people for our people to take loan for years and just abandon it. It took this guy Delani, who just came, but then he had to resign because of discrepancy on his resume, whatever the case, to come up to start going after these borrowers for those who are indebted to the bank, and they start to go after them and expose them. Now you see, even look at Mr. Elias Sidibe. He had a company in Liberia, but I mean, they see the amount of money he owed. And the same people that interviewed the guy. So some of them that interviewed that guy, I think somebody on the name of the list for the only list too. So definitely when the guys go after, they know the guy, you honor that job quick because it's all the guy come. All the years when we be on the list, the money about us. You're not after now. You're not gonna tell you want expose her now. We'll go after you. But in seriousness, it's just not fair to Liberian people. And I pray and hope that somebody will get the bottom of this thing to get to find out what caused these delinquency. Why have been so long? You have not serviced and they're not going after the collateral. Now, again, when we talk about the House, the House and the Senate, I got a problem with them because some of them ain't on the two. But if the Speaker of the Pro Tem was serious people in our country, they will immediately be trying to find out to find out a committee now to go after this thing right now. But again, as I said, I repeat, if the people vote these people back to be speaker to be re-elected next year, then they really love the suffering, because the House and the Senate, they are there to protect the interest of the Liberian people. Or you think there was cited people to call to say what they get involved? What's happening right now with this loan issue? But no, our chairman will not call. Our chair will not call because they're afraid of people that are on the list, so they won't go into it. But the Liberian people should know this. You guys should not vote these people to be your leaders again, because they will not serve you right. Our chair, Buffer Chimboch, they should not be speaker of pro tem again, because this is where they're supposed to really act, to get involved. But they would not. They would turn a blind eye to it. So it's just pathetic.
How did
thank you very much.
Ambrose and Andy Kwame come together to take
let me say this on this list issue. A lot of names, individual names and entity. A lot. What we are saying and what we are experiencing, Dr. Richardson, is that folks from 2012, 2010, 2009, the names appearing on this list, I do believe that LBDI need to speak. They need to put out a statement as to whether this list, as you say, list of delinquent borrower, whether this list, everyone on this list and every entity on this list are delinquent borrowers. They need to clear this. Madam Joa Howard Taylor came out and said no. I successfully satisfied my loan. Yes, my letter. Musa has some ability to say, you know what, they are in error. So I should say to you, and like I would say to everyone else, names that are on the list, they were serving, they took the money before the position, some of them, like Madam Joa Howard Taylor said, 2015, senator, she took the loan. She paid. I will give these folks the benefit of the doubt. I'm not going to beat them. That would be my position. And I think the bank, LBDI, need to come out with a statement. I do believe they need to speak and clear this list issue with the Liberian people. There will be no way in which they will sit back as good individual or entity and call names and just put names and run with this story. You cannot. Why would you give Fagon 20,000 today? 3 months, you gave him another 20,000, Dr. Rich is saying. After 6 months, you say, you know what, I want to borrow again. Yeah, take. You gave him all the money he wanted. Folks saying because you're getting kickback. That's why you still giving Fagon the money as he asks. Fagon put his house as a collateral. He put his dogs. He put his cat. He put everything. And you still give him money. Now, if I'm going to say like Samuel Jackson, I want to satisfy my loan. And you give him a reason why he cannot. Or probably Musa Bedete got a letter that he has satisfied his loan. And you still got his name on his list as delinquent. Joa Howard Taylor, the vice president now, got a document that has satisfied my loan. But you still got her name on the list as delinquent. I think the government should force the Liberia Bank of Development and Investment to clear the air and speak to the people. And this too will help. Will help. The work in government, the work for the people, and everybody names on the list, not everybody that owed the bank. You know, this is political. This is one of those things that Someone said disgruntled employee trying to spread lies. I don't know whether it's true. I'm not here to defend the president. Perhaps the president we took money when he was serving as senator, and his name is on the list. Maybe he satisfied his debt. Archibald Bonal, maybe he took money prior to serving in this government. Cyril Allen, Emmanuel Shaw, they have documents to satisfy to say, listen, I make full payment. Guys, if Musa Belite can come up with letter, Madam Taylor came up with letter, who else not coming up with letter and say I make full payment? Something about this list is not correct, and I shall move on. If you have anything else,
yeah. One thing I want to say, the LBTC. So that means my Kekula in Logan Town, she could not afford to take. They would not give her a loan. If the woman are making her business on Oro or into other market, if she apply, they won't give her the loan. You see, and that's why you don't find none of the regular people, the common people near on the list, and that's so the LBDR too. How do this? How because they're gonna give the big boys and girls, so the little mato will not get some, and that's the disparity in our country,
Correct, Georgie. So LBDR need to come out.
Yeah, it need to come clean. Because
you have 9,232 names and entity on this list. 9,000.
What I realized, all the most influential people in our country, they're the ones if you found the list.
Yeah, not all of them, but most of them.
I mean, I said most of them. Most of the majority of the influential people in our country are on that list, and that's why you found out that this. You wonder now. I say this country where we go. Number two, election coming, and you say, but what's going to happen? You know what's going to happen because.
So we got to go to the phone line.
Well, let me say this too.
I'll bring you in. I want you to take us to Malaysia for Dr. Richardson real quick. You will wrap up.
Concern Muslim or concern United Methodist all borrowing money. How you get concern Muslim borrowing money? Concern United Methodist. The C-session.
Emery, you're new on it.
I actually agree that LBDI need to come out and say something about the list. They just sent a past letter saying that they're trying to, contact people who are delinquent and also set up some kind of arrangement with them for them to pay, or either they were going to penalize those who are delinquent. So, I mean, you're right, Timothy. I do remember Delaney being on this show, and he talked about a program where he wanted Ma Mary, Ma Mata, all of them to be able to not join Susu or keep their money under their mattress. They should be able to go to the bank. But it is discouraging to hear that, many people on this list, even though I suspect the list to be incorrect, instead of Ma Mata, how will Ma Mata or Ma Mary borrow money from the bank when we have all these other people who supposedly have money and they are delinquent? So there's something's not right. There's something, the way how they're not targeting collateral, the way how they're not targeting people who owe them. And in essence, part of the job of a bank is to loan money to people. So when you loan money and people are not paying you back, you need to go after them, go after the collateral, the building or whatever they put down as collateral. Secondly, depending on the time people are borrowing this money, it tells us about the economy as well. When people can't pay it back, are they deliberately not paying back, or are they having some kind of hardship in the country, or are they just forgetting and saying to, let's forget about it. The bank, they're not going to get us, so we're not going to pay it back. So we need to ascertain what is going on with people that they are not paying back their loan. Is this a deliberate action, or is it, hardship action? So that's what I have to say.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson. Fagon, can you take us home on this?
I am actually concerned on the methodology used in borrowing the money out there. And I say so because, look, man, when you look here and you see one person appearing multiple times, and some of the funny, like I'm looking at Concerned Muslim of Liberia. Concerned Muslim, I know the Muslim Council, but then Concerned United Methodist. Then you got Andy Kwame and what his name, the other guy. But it's not wrong. But the reason why I think they need to speak to some of our concerns is that the methodology used and the influential upper class of our country borrowing, you know what I mean? Vice President, President, Emmanuel Shaw, who else? Bility. So the rich people borrow. A lot of the rich people borrow, Stanton. So if you were to look at, we're not putting you there now, Stanton, because you're very wealthy. Stay on your American side. But by our Liberian standard, right? That all our rich people borrow. If they're not borrowing, then all the business people borrowing. And if the business people are not borrowing, then Kalabules are borrowing, such as Concerned Muslim, Jato Incorporated, all the kind of people. So there's where is the U.S. ambassador? We got the list now. Take a look at the list. Why are people concerned? It's because if you put the total amount here borrowed, it's probably that we can build our country from there. And that's why I'm concerned. I'm not going to ask LBDR to issue press statement or come talk. The government of Liberia, the president whose name is on the list, needs to say something. And that's where I'm going to begin. Mr. President, say something. And that's it. Say something.
I don't know why you say what. Mr. President should say what?
Mr. President, the monies that these people were borrowing from the Liberian Bank for Development and Investment. Do you understand that name, Stanton? Just look at the name. This is our bank. This is our money. And the rich people just went and took it. And it is safe to say that majorities of the monies are outside, unless you want to argue with me. And the people that took the money, they are working in the government. They are receiving pay. I'm going to name some of the people. Dr. Henry Tokpa not taking pay. Azen Yanabo not taking pay. Israel Akisaya not taking pay. Why he named to Youth and Sport, he not taking pay. VP not taking pay. George Mane, we are not taking pay. Eh? So if they're taking pay and they're not servicing the loan, for which they are referred to as delinquent customers, then what it be our concern now to ask them to talk? And the VP finished talking, she said, me I pay, oh, y'all want check and you the document yet. President, have you paid? I can't remember. You know, this time, most of my tenants are thinking I can do it. So I don't know where she paid. Because if I need that too, it's most likely that she didn't pay my own. But me, I will pay my own. Y'all know me. I'm a decent person in Liberia. I don't get in no trouble. So if she didn't pay, I'll go and pay. I don't get a problem with that. But all of y'all who owe it, in fact, all those who owe it, including myself, please put our name up. Officially, the bank should come and put our name up so we can begin or start making our payment. It's just fair. But the monies that are out there, Stanton, if they collect it, we can pave all the roads in the country. So let's start collecting the money.
Thank you.
But you know that plenty Debate on our list?
We got a lot of Debate on the list. Who's going to pay for them?
Debate in there.
But again, that's why we are saying this list is since Charlie Kintown, I do believe, going back into history. Since Charlie Kintown, the list, everybody that took money, they just termed all of them as delinquent borrowers. And I think something about this list that I would ask LBDR to address, and I was ask them to actually put a statement out there to verify this list. Today, this is what happened in DC today while we wrap this thing up, guys. 6 more minutes to go. This is what happened in DC today. And I think this is it. I want to hear you guys. On the side talk of the program, Biden meets 6 African leaders in push for free election. 6 African leaders in push for free election. Who are those leaders? Who did he meet? And on what term? I mean, the discussion. We are receiving information that Liberia President George Weah was one of those 6 African leaders that met with President Joe Biden today, this morning, actually between the mid-afternoon. And we got pictures from that also to say that while at the meeting, if I go look at this, they're watching Morocco and France game.
Yeah, the president watched the game with Biden and African leaders.
While at the meeting, you got 6 of them. You got a Nigerian president. You got President George Weah sitting at the left of Joe Biden, right there. He telling Joe Biden about the game of soccer.
Oh yeah, I can tell you that. Now about the president explain again them better.
Hold on, bring you in, Commander George. He's telling Joe Biden about the game of soccer. He's saying, listen, France going to win this game. And Joe Biden is saying, no. The people are saying the Moroccans, they say, listen, my man, though you're from Morocco, you're the prime minister of France going to win this game. And indeed, while Fagon watching the game, France won. And George Weah, as you can see, he's right there with the president of the free world, Joseph R. Biden, with 5 other African leaders. They were selected today. Now, what are they taking home? We just got information that Joe Biden himself made some huge commitment to them about what they will be taking home after they spoke about free and fair election. Understand, Nigeria having their election coming up, Liberia having their election coming up. He spoke to those 6 leaders that we need a free, fair, transparent election. Out of 40 or 50 leaders, 6 were selected. And among the 6, sitting right by President Joe Biden was Liberian president making the case for Liberia. Let's have this conversation and we can depart in peace. Dr. Richardson.
I briefly followed Biden's meeting with the African leaders. And my take is that the American government wants to go beyond just providing aid to African countries or to developing countries. They want to actually invest in African countries. They want to partnership with our development agenda. So I believe that including these 6 leaders was an opportunity for Biden and his lieutenant to assess them, to hear them speak. Again, I usually say Americans will be doing one thing. Don't pay attention to how they enjoying football game, all of that stuff. I mean, I've been through that. Someday we'll be laughing at you in class and stuff like that. And in the background, we are assessing your work. We are looking at you to see your potential. And so that's exactly what is happening. But the message that I believe that the Americans were telling Africans that we are tired of just giving you aid and, and hearing that you guys are engaging in corrupt practices, you building rules that we can see. You say that you giving food to your country, and we don't know where the rice is going or the price has been stabilized or where the money is going for the rice and all of those things. But they're saying that they want to be more of a partnership, more of an investment partner to Africans and African countries at this moment. So yeah, that's what I got of it.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Richardson. Eugene Fagon, your take?
Well, it's not abnormal that the president will meet with some African leaders on the edge of the summit. And who's better to meet with if you hear they're watching football game? Who's better to be their city? Buhari did not keep line. I'm sure Kagame was too busy in the forest trying to liberate his country. And the others I saw that the man who actually knows the game, have played the game to the highest level was George Weah. And I'm
so
sure
that what you are there for the football business?
Do what?
Is that what you are there for the football business?
The picture you saw at our church they were in?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
The better you saw that charge, right?
No, I just wanted to know what you're saying, you know.
No, they met with them because their countries will be having elections. But clearly you can see they were on the sideline having, you know, watching the football game. It was nice. And who better to explain to him the game? I can tell you, man, and say, yeah, look at Morocco. If I was there now, finish for them about 6. My records are clear. And Barry said, please come sit down, Sammy, because when it comes to the one, you are trust. But at the end of the day, who you think Barry will... The Liberia and America relationship is strong. And I think the Americans want to give Mane a second chance. But like I said, President Weah will have to do a lot of things to bring the American around full circle. His son has paved the groundwork. All that money they're spending on lobbyists, Timothy can be the man to make things happen. George Weah, the fact that Biden can sit down with you and watch football, you need to start engaging Biden faithfully and continuously. Not to have, look at this thing, Stanton, that the network brought out. Even Thomas Dona, Sister Mary Lauren Brown, and Ansu Soni, 3 of them talk gloom. You go down, you will see Mayor Ure talk gloom that is quite different from Woki Farms. Woki Farms talk that only by themselves. Only the rich people or the influential people will take gloom. Madonna Wento was presidential candidate, but he and Moses Wakoli. John Leto gloom, even though Moses Wakoli is from LPDP, we don't know why. These kind of things, you will say, oh, we're talking about election. These kind of things are distasteful to the Americans. And if you want them to contribute, to elections in Liberia, then of course you have to be serious. The last time when Twe appeared on state television and state radio, Samuel Twe made the case that our partners were contributing 8,000. The United States were going to contribute 2,000, if I'm not mistaken, and the government would have given the rest. I mean, not 2,000 million, sorry. How you expect the Americans to give you $2 million United States dollars when you're about 5% in your country owe the 2 million? 5 persons. So all I can say to you, Stanton, is this. This president have got a lot of work to do, and yesterday was not one of them. Because if yesterday was any work that he thought he did, that was zero work. In fact, the president and his crew have caused more damage to his run for president, and they've caused more damage to our party, the CDC. And that I will go in for another day. But they caused more damage than they came in to do a repair for. Had they known, they would not have done what they did yesterday. And I know what I'm saying when I conclude by saying that Biden and the United States are carefully looking at countries in the on the continent, but the reception that President Weah got in the U.S. from the American government, if he had taken advantage to get that kind of reception from the Liberian community, he would have done better than what he did, not telling them yesterday his accomplishments, his achievements, the challenges he faced, and the opportunity to hear from them, proffering solutions to some of those challenges and what he expects to do when he gets to his second term. I say it was a missed opportunity. Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Eugene Lamin Fagon. Timon and George.
Yes, President Biden wrote on his page. He said it was great to on the watch to this World Cup match with the Moroccan Prime Minister, I think, and other African leaders.
Macron was on their feet today, Tomali.
Yeah, I mean, I'm talking about the Moroccan Prime Minister.
I'm telling you, Macron was on their feet.
Yeah, so he said he was happy to watch the game with the Moroccan Prime Minister and other African leaders, and like Eugene said, it was President Weah, he was best suited to explain that game to them. usually in America, the people don't know about American football and basketball and so forth. It just recently, U.S. football team started to make some inroads. So I'm sure the soccer diplomacy paid off. But and these are key moments in diplomacy. And there was leaders that President Stalin, that won her era. She had that kind of moment with the world, the world number one leader. She will take in 5 minutes and make a case. And I pray and hope our president made his case today to President Biden on the edges of on the margin of the summit. He made doing a reset button for Liberia to give the U.S. government more confidence in his government. But again, too, what President Weah should be aware of. The opposition seeing these pictures, they may not be happy. So what they're gonna do? They're gonna make go after him to show the ugly side of his government and all the bad things happening in his administration. So that's why I pray and hope he will do a reset button. President Weah, if I leave in this trip, if I can say he got a good reception here. The one mistake he made, one of the missed opportunities was last night. President Weah would have stood on our before Liberians and tell him, give his records a look. When I took over the country, we had 500 health personnel. Over the last 3 years, I've tripled the amount of health personnel we have employed in government. The health sector was getting 50 million. Over the last 5 years, we have provided triple of that amount. I mean, he should have given data, give figures to Liberian people. Say, look, when I took over, there were only 20 Liberian businesses. Today, my administration giving all loans and so forth. We have gotten over 200 Liberian businesses. I told you Liberia won't be fertilized on the economy, but today, indeed, I follow through. Through my government, my administration, I giving loans to Liberian businesses. I empower them. Today, we have Liberian business that are involved with you name it, the big business in the country, hotel management and manufacturing and so forth. You are giving them figures to Liberian community last night. Tell them, give them figures. So when I took over, we had this, our domestic debt was this. We have cut our domestic debt. Our external debt was this amount. We have cut it down. So he should have spoken to the Liberian community last night and taking questions from them, engage them, and tell his records. Look, this is what I've done over the last 5 years. I've done all of these good things and so forth. And but it was a big opportunity for him now to engage Liberians and for all walks of life and take questions from them. But on the picture, there's a good picture. Yeah, and because the countries are going to elections now, some of these guys that the president that Biden met today, the record is not correct. You know that. So when they get the human rights record and also some of the corruption record in the country not correct. But Biden know all that. But yet and still, they are going to election. America pays keep watching elections killing. They support our elections that are coming up. And the American ambassador, right now, he'll be the most powerful ambassador in Liberia now. Because now he said, at least I made it happy. I made sure Liberia president attended the meeting. They met with President Biden and so forth. Now, the president now needs to take advantage of this opportunity coming from America and do a reset button. He cannot tell me that. Other people say, oh, we get 10 more months. Yeah, that's I agree. President Weah, you go back to Liberia, do a reshuffle your government. Bringing people who will continue this tide, who continue the engagement. Because now, after you have done this, you need a foreign minister to follow through. But can come here alone to follow up? Will he be able to meet Anthony Blinken again to continue these follow-ups, to continue these discussions? Because these are once in a lifetime of a leader for African country to meet the world one leader. So you need a follow through. So I hope and pray he got a team together who will follow through on these initiatives that he did in America. Because he cannot come back to follow through to continue these all these sidelines talk you have with the bilateral engagement you have with President Biden and so forth. Then it was a waste of time. So I pray and hope that the president will take advantage of it, read a reset button, and get a very polished and well-prepared foreign minister who will continue the engagement and make Liberia look good to the outside world. Do a lot of hustling when you get back home. Because right now, trust me, the opposition committee will fight you. Come back. They come to retaliate. They'll come after. They want to undermine this whole thing. But it's up to you now to maintain the tide. So It was a good event, and I'm happy that the president was able to sit with the police and President Biden and watch the game. And I'm sure he gave them a very good understanding of the game of soccer in that discussion.
So Commander George, thank you very much, Eugene Fagon, Dr. Richardson. Thanks to all three of you. I would say what have just happened under the leadership of President George Manawia is unique. I beat on this government, and I asked the government, the leader, President Weah, to adjust, make that 360-degree turn. His engagement today, when he was called out of 40 or 50 president, those guys, their country going for election. Every one of them that's sitting with Biden in this picture, they're going for election. This is not about just watching a football game. This is not about Morocco and France just playing. No, it's not. This is about some serious discussion. And I mean your position as Deputy Minister Eugene Lami Fagon, that you serve that position, you understand how diplomacy works. You understand in this time, this moment, people press flesh, people make their argument, people discuss issues. Liberia internal problem will always be Liberia internal problem. I mean, political party, their internal problem. But what America desires foremost is to have a free, fair, transparent election. It's for the Liberian people to exercise their constitutional right. I do believe President Joe Biden was given commitment from all of these leaders that election will be free, fair, and transparent. And then to make the case for their individual countries.
It's difficult for a lot of women because we have.
We're going to pause whosoever, but we want to say this, that we all should appreciate, and as you said, Timothy, we should wait now what President George Manawia are going to do upon his return. I'm not too much into the meet and greet last night. No, you guys can talk about it. I'm not too much into that meet and greet. I do believe the president should take upon himself to report to the Liberian people in Liberia. You expect the president to give a full report at 9 p.m. in Washington, D.C. when Liberians are asleep? I don't think from where I sit, the president should have taken some questions. But while the president is still out of the country all this time, he should go report to the Liberian people. He should address the nation. He should take questions from the Liberian people. We have other folks that come to America and make America the base. I understand they have seditions. I understand, Timothy, you got your finger on the steering wheel on your phone. I understand they have seditions and had no seditions. They have family members. The discussion with the president, whether you're going to come and take questions or whether you're just going to address these folks like you did in New York. Let me ask you, Fagon. Did the government that showed these folks that President George Manawia was going there to take questions? You've been following the entire
The
cycle.
president
Let me rest with my question, Fagon. Or the organizer said the president would take question. Which is which?
all of the above. And I still got the piece of paper that I sent to you. You should look at it. The president came here. It doesn't matter the time difference. The president came here to speak to Liberians in the diaspora, not the people back home after his 48-day trip. He will talk to them. And in the diaspora, this was our time. I'm not in the diaspora because I'm still living in Liberia. But he came to speak to the people in the diaspora. And he said to interact and have exchanges. On the last minute time, the president spoke at the people, if you know what that means, to the people, but he did not speak with the people. That's the difference. I'm speaking English.
Answer my question, Fagon. Answer my question.
That is your question. I said all
No,
of
no,
them.
no, 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 no. Do you have anything from the government or from the personal entourage that the president was going to that program to take questions?
Then a big media entity like this not following the executive mansion page.
No, no, Faigon. It's
but
not
you
about
asked me, I
media
tell you, then you
entity.
asked me 3 times.
I will ask you 4 or 5 times.
Yes,
I'm
they said
asking you the
it.
question. I'm asking the question, Faigon. Do we have anything, you, Faigon, to say, yes, this is it? Those that organize the program, President Ware will be going to that program. The government is fully aware that the president will take question. Then the president dodged the portion of the program.
You feel it?
You met, my man, who cooking something? Who playing with dishes? You man of records. You man of records. So we just want to understand.
Your dog get back. Then I pink him for in the scene.
That's my dog. I'm too many dog. Trust me, my dogs are respectful.
No dog.
I don't home my dog. I'm home my dog.
Too many get kicky. So
sure, I beg you. I got a German Shih Tzu.
let me say this. When you come to talk to your people in the diaspora, you come to talk to them. You don't come to speak to them, at them, but to speak with them. And last night, what happened in the diaspora, the handlers of the president did not do a good job. They allowed the president to speak unscripted. That was the first mistake. Because if the president had spoken scripted, he would have they would have addressed national security issues. They would have talked about the economy. They would have talked about agriculture. They would have talked about education. They would have talked about the infrastructural gains. But no, president went straight and spoke at the people. Some of you here, you need to, the last time y'all came, and I told y'all, you should come back. But the first time they went there, he said, look, y'all go by, reorganize, and come back in a couple of days. Because the same nonsense you saw yesterday, they did it. They went there, so seditions. The president said, no, if I talk to y'all, it will not be fair. I was there, so I know what happened. He sent them back and said, y'all reorganize. Let it be all of y'all who came down for the holiday. And they left. I was there. I challenged them, but I produced a video. They left, and when they reorganized themselves, and they came back. The second time when they came back again, he told them, he said, if y'all want to do anything, let the whole group come. When I finish with the whole group, then y'all can come. They went there again with the same CDC team and presented him a check for Cloud Foundation. I got the information. Last night, they did that same nonsense. The president said he wanted to talk to Liberians in the diaspora. They could have found a different time. And if you want to go back and play the tape, I will do that for you. If you don't do it, I'll do it on Facts versus Fiction. The president opening remarks. Look at what he said. He addressed his wife, the people, seditious. The CDC president was sitting next to the foreign minister, not the ambassador. Don't go there, man. When we see, this is my party. Y'all want to spoil my party.
Don't.
No, but you can want to spoil my party.
SSI out.
Yeah, there is an attempt to see my party destroy. You, Stanton.
The organizers, they misled people, and it wasn't an all Liberian event. Yeah, it was a CDC event. That was a CDC event. All the battle crowd.
You and I discussed, and I told you, I said, Stanton, I'm going to throw a monkey wrench. Did I not do that? And I threw it.
You just forgot.
Why you do that? You want to destroy my party?
You just forgot. Let's move on, brother.
Don't come back, bro.
I want to destroy your party.
That's what you want to do. The president should have stood up there, my fellow citizens.
This is the party I wanted to join. Oh, hey, I want to be a citizen.
I want to join it. This is the party I inside again. Oh, this
is the party I inside again.
Hey,
I want to be a citizen. Hey.
I mean, you gotta stop your battle cry song, man. We do a few.
Hey, I want a citizen. This is the party I wanted to join.
Man, see your militant.
That's what Richard say. Can you join the singing?
But this not. But still not. They want to get this. They can say Amanda. How do they say Amanda? How do you do it? They get new what I'm saying now.
Amanda, wait.
No, they get a different way. Something about man, something they were doing today. I laughing. I say, wow. They got a different way of saying.
You know, sometime on a beautiful Wednesday, we love to be quiet. You know, we started the show from another end. Now we'll finish it on this end.
Professor, we are see your militant.
You want to
see your militant.
I'm gonna stop. This is not a CDP Battletown show.
We are here today.
On that note, we'll mute you. This is not a CDP Battle show. Come on, Dr. Richardson, talk to us. Let's go, guys. It's good.
But stand up. That is song they ask you to sing before you enter the president room.
Can I do my closing? I think that's where we are.
Yeah, we are all done. Do your closing, Dr. Richardson.
So we started the show with discussing, how political institutions should be a friend to the media, and I think is lesson learned. I don't want to go back and repeat what was said. I thought, we don't want to stigmatize anyone in a country by labeling them to be people who caused the war. We know that the war was caused by a complex issue, and we can discuss that here. At the same time, we don't want political institution stigmatizing Spoon and calling us different names, like, oh, we want to support this cause or we want to discuss this issue. There are 6 of us on this platform, and then we have contributing panelists that come on, and we all have our different opinions. So I think it's hard to say, oh, this one Spoon's network is just focusing on this issue. As far as I know, as a member of CPP USA, there are no division between Louis Brown and also Hassan Billy. These are people, especially Hassan Billy, that I'm in regular contact with. And as far as I know, I spoke to him today. Didn't get a sense that there was any rift between those two people. Our next topic was to discuss the bank list. I think it's important for LBDI to speak. I think this is what Stanton advocated for. They should come out and tell us that the list is, consists of people who are delinquent and people who have paid, and X amount of persons have paid. As it stands, it seems like it's a general list. We did hear from Musa Hassan Billy. He did show that a letter he received said that he paid. I think that letter was dated in 2022. I did also receive a letter from Vice President Joa Howard stating that she also paid. So those two evidence suggest that there are people on the list who paid, but their name continue to be there. I think on the flip side, we can kind of look at what is going on at the bank. What kind of banking practices are they conducting there? How can they have a general list? Is that a list from the bank, or is it a list from a disgruntled employee who who resigned and who has been allegedly fraudulent in terms of his academic presentation? Is he now mad and now he's just putting people's name out there? So all of this as a whole, there are myriad of issues that we have to look into. How is it that the list is heavily towards people who have money? And are these people experiencing hardship, or are they deliberately not paying? Are they falling in line with what someone from the United States government said, that the rich people in Liberia tend to default more on their loans than the poor people in Liberia? When we have a list that is predominantly consists of people who supposedly have money borrowed from the bank, and then we have Mamir who's trying to look for a loan and she can't get a loan. That's problematic to me, honestly. That is problematic, and this is a suggestion of actually what is going on or what is wrong with our country. Those are some of the bad symptoms of our country. Lastly, I think I listened to what President Weah had to say yesterday at if it was a town hall meeting. I still stand my view that it should have been open to all Liberians. I don't know what the flyer says. The flyer didn't say sedition only. But if you're coming to speak to Liberians, and I thought he missed an opportunity, that somebody said he missed an opportunity to speak to us in the diaspora. I heard him throw jabs at people, like, very divisive statements, which surprises me. as a president, you should not be talking about, oh, I one sentence that I heard and I turned off the speech was like, the people who started the problem in Liberia are the one who now blaming us and saying that we're not fixing the problem. When I asked them, they say it's a process. You know, you the president, let all of those small talking go. You are the president. Whether you inherited the problem, the buck stops with you. You stand up like a man and tell us how you're gonna fix the problem. Don't come here and start throwing jab at 1847 people. All right, we all know that. We know our country isn't perfect. Things happen in 1847 and things are still happening. But when you take the constitutional oath to be a leader for the country, then you lead with all your might and everything else. You don't come to ask and be divisive and let only a certain group of people be a sedition or not going to a town hall meeting with you and extract other people from the meeting. I think that is not good leadership. And so I hope that they do next time a better job at being inclusive. And I stop here.
Thank you very much, Dr. Richardson. Thank you. The Honorable Fagon, you're closing, sir.
Well, everything that has happened tonight, I've said my peace of mind with it. I'm just only disturbed at what happened yesterday. And the reason why you, Stanton, did not put the video out, I'm accusing you and pointing my finger directly to you, is because you didn't want the Liberian people to see the whole back of the hall empty, the whole left side empty, the whole right side empty. And that occasion should not have been held in Washington. If you live in America, Tomali live here, Dr. Richardson, myself, you and I know that it should have been held in the DMV area, which is the Delaware, Virginia, Maryland area. Then the Philly people would have just joined in. But who's going to go pay $30 to park car in D.C.? I mean, how many persons really want to venture into D.C., the capital? Secondly, there was no information given about this thing. They kept it among themselves. Until I got angry, I called you as a friend and brother. You didn't know anything. Kev didn't tell us anything. So I got mad, and I went and posted on my page. Then they came back with a new flyer. And then it turned out that the president of the Republic of Liberia missed an opportunity, a very serious opportunity, and I'm hurt because the people around the president are nothing but political bonbons. That president should have gave a scripted speech, beginning with fellow citizens. When I took over, I informed you that I inherited a broke government and a bad economy. Amidst the challenges of COVID and every other thing that have happened, after 5 years, I have the opportunity to stand before you to report to you in the diaspora on the challenges that I face, the opportunities that were given me, the solutions that I have offered so far, and what the future looks like under a continuous leadership of mine. Here are the following. Report to the people in the diaspora. When you finish, that thing where that offense in talking, I agree with that one. When you finish with a scripted message, then you see the other man look at me, he gets 7%, then he say he won't can't challenge me. Now 7% you will go with, and I kind of tell him go listen to. The other people they've been costing me what they say I can ride private jet. I decided now I will be riding. They who not get money, they play professional football. See that only two of them in the whole jet. And then I only going to their friend and they're going to Boko Haram as we heard. What behind them? It's politics. Look at the other people, they say they will beat me. How you will beat me when you took 12 years, you could only pay one hospital. I took 12 years, come at una hospitals, including a military hospitals. You took 12 years. How many kilometers of roads you paved? I took only 5 years. I'm tracking 1,000 kilometers of roads. You took 12 years. Every student from high school failed a market door. I took 5 years. I not only paid their YS fees, I paid their study class fee, and I made sure they graduate from college. They went to tuition fee, universities, and colleges. What you want to tell me? What you got to say to me? At the end of the day, you operated $500 million budget, and the economy and inflation was as high as anything before. I've cut it down. I've done this. I've done that. But instead, you allow Kev Asane to go tell you, say, you will go talk to sedition and you'll laugh. It was a missed opportunity. And this president have achieved a whole lot. But last night was the time. And again, I know Chairman Molu and his team will work very hard to make sure in the summer of 2023, he can come here and present his case at a New Jersey stadium, after which they will break the stage down, and maybe his team can play against Eula or maybe Spoon TV just for the fun of it. We have to be able to say the truth where the truth belongs, but not take 100,000 US before you read America's sister lost. They fought it, they started fighting over it. After your program, because you were rushing out, what happened? Water said the people couldn't drink. There was no food there. People were looking all around DC last night for food. Some people slept in their cars. It was despicable. It was disgraceful, and it should not have happened. So I'm saying to President Weah, put yourself together, or the people will tear you apart. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Fagon. Sentiment, Josh?
Well, last night, I will start with last night. Last night, the president, he appeared here on the campaign trail. And like Fagon said, I thought, in the future, the Liberian embassy should get involved with EULA and organize a better town hall event for the president. So look, even if the Pennsylvania area, the Delaware Valley, the DMV area, and Minnesota area, these are important places the president needs to have these events so that people can be able to engage him. And all it should be about his record for the last that he ran on the PAPDP mantra, poor development for prosperity. He should talk about the pillars, whether they have accomplished, how much he have accomplished in that PAPDP agenda, how much was accomplished in the last 5 years. You should give the Liberian Post a look. This is what I've done. I came to office. I met this country at this point. This is why I took this country to this point. With all the challenges, this is what I've done to the country. Because last night, I know the president taking elections serious because he said, "You call your family like, bro, tell them to vote for me. Give me another chance. I'm the best option." The president was campaigning. How the president is taking elections serious? Because I remember those days when the president would travel on our CDC thing. You'll be in a line, they checking us, they go through the line, to go to take the flight. But the president he having a secret service detail on all that trappings, all this stuff you see happening. You come in, you're getting all the treatment. You want to continue for almost 6 years. You're enjoying it because after you leave office, you go back to commercial plane, you'll be going back to the standing line, they're checking you again, and you're going through your luggage and thing. But we see all what he's enjoying right now as president. The president knows that this job comes with a lot of trappings and good stuff. So you want to continue for another 6 years. You should have made a case to the Liberian people yesterday. Said, look, I told you guys, this is what I've done. They're records. And he gave figures. Talk about the health sector, about rape cases that happen in Liberia, how much the government have curtailed, cut down rape cases, the mysterious deaths that happened in the past, how much the government have taken a foot of it. And, try to promote his administration, his records. Say, look, this is why I'm running again for another 6 years. I want you guys to come home. I've signed a dual citizen law. You come home, you take part in election, you'll be able to vote. And ask a question because someone was asking the president, can I get a Liberian pastor to come? And if he's again, these are questions he would have asked him last night, and he'll be able to answer it. And the Minister of Foreign Affairs was sitting there, he will address the questions, I hope they organized it better, but the organizer, I think they did a very bad job. They misled people. They told us it was an all Liberian event. It turned out to be a partisan event, which was not fair to Liberian people. As I said, people paid a way to go to Washington to meet the president and ask him questions, but they didn't have an opportunity to do it. That was not fair. And on the issue of diplomacy, the president will say again, yeah, he is. I would say American trip to America was successful in the sense that he met the leader of the free world, and he had a chair next to him to watch a soccer game. And I'm sure they talk on the sideline, they talk, okay? And they talk a lot of different issues, perhaps. I mean, that way you sort of really make your name that tete-a-tete, that one-on-one tete-a-tete. You want to promote your administration and struck that chord so that I can continue that. I can go tomorrow home. I can send a message to President Biden anytime. He can respond to me, and we can send tweet. You know, these are things you want to establish. You know, to make that record. But I pray how he did it. If in his best interest, and because right now the opposition community, I can tell him. They're gonna get more aggressive now because they see all the pictures and then they can get versed with me. I will say it. I'm only here to talk all the facts. They're gonna get mad. They're gonna go ballistic. They're gonna go after him. They're gonna make sure that the records will be brought to the public. Anything happening in the government, they're gonna bring it. They will bring it forth. They'll be all over him. You are prepared. You can't go Liberia and carry the same old attitude there, the same old thing, business as usual, where people will be doing things who betray the public trust will get away. All LCC, those who LCC have investigated, they are all for prosecution. President Justice Minister do his job and say that he's fighting corruption and do something by it. Don't let him get away with it and so forth. And if everything is done, I mean, you'll be standing strong. But you can have all of these things with President Biden and all the true America. You see American government tomorrow, can get someone on cable tomorrow and say, they're having a bureau. You can slim us again with some session again. You can come out tomorrow. Because I'm watching this guy, the guy who attacked the government a few years ago, Chris Smith. He becomes chairman of the foreign committee. The Republicans take control of the House. January 10, he becomes foreign committee subcommittee chairman. Maybe he will issue you come up with another damage on the government again and throw some fire in our camp, the government camp and so forth. So I hope the president and his team is aware that the next 11 months, 10 months in Liberia will be very crucial, will be tough. It'll be on a serious, it'll be a serious battle for power in that country. So they should be prepared. If you are not making no changes in the government to address the crucial issues in the country, then you have yourself to blame. But the opposition, again, I would say, you need to come together. Opposition unity is important. Start attacking each other and think you're going to win. You can't attack each other and win an election. No. But you lead each other at the finish line. You got to stop attacking each other and try to do your best. So again, a good show and on the list. LBDI, Stanton, Fagon, the registering. Kev, just John, right? Okay. Yeah, Kev, that LBDI list, I blame the bank for what happened. And the bank was unprofessional for coming and publishing people's names like that. I don't think it was fair. It's not good, not professional. No matter what side of the value on, it was not an appropriate thing to do. But they should be blamed for all the loans that those are delinquent of the loans. They should be blamed. They got kickbacks and they play games with it. That's why they found themselves in that situation. So I pray, I hope that somebody will look into this thing and help you out, issue a statement so that we can find a closer to this. But thank you, bro.
Let me ask you a question before I even close. Kev, maybe you want to say one or two. Eugene, I will ask you first, and I will ask him to Combatant George. Do you blame the president, or do you blame the organizers for this program last night? Who do you blame?
I blame the president.
Okay.
It was his moment to shine.
Okay.
It was the one opportunity he had.
Thank you. Thank you. So, Combatant George, same question. Do you blame?
I won't blame the president for that happened last night. The organizers, because I believe they told him exactly.
You should have asked us why, man. Then the question would have
I come in now.
No, I believe. Yes, sir.
But because
hold on,
you can get blame somebody, you get reason.
Wait, but you gotta hold on now. We're gonna come back to you to ask you why. Just pause for a minute. I know you guys are sedition, so we'll give you the time to address your CDC issue. Go ahead.
Yeah. The organizers should be blamed. The president was guided on what they said was going to happen there and why he followed through. He was not part of the planning and it went along. But one thing I said, he missed the opportunity to have talked about his record to the people last night and so forth and so forth as well.
Because if I'm going to tell us now why you blame the president, why?
All right, the president has been in power for 5 years. Who are the organizers? You and I and the St. Tomalin had this conversation before. And this is the kind of thing I like. At the end of the day, it was Sekou Sharif, the Jida Hard Talk. Those were the people who came under the same Sekou Sharif, Prince Sharif runs the Palawa Hot program. Then they came, they say, Palawa Diaspora this. You ever heard that forum before in your head? Ever before? The president should have called the Liberian embassy to link up with the EULA group and Alja, or just tell the Liberian embassy, I need to speak to my people. But this whole thing was handled the CDC way. It was turned over to seditions. And the reason why I blame the president, every candidate is the head of your own campaign team. Nobody else. It's you who run it. Secondly, he's the president of Liberia. What you call him? No, let me say something. Prince Sharif, Waheni, Gilmer, and whoever, they don't work in government. They're not even in the foreign service. Why about the Minister Counselor for Information? So when I say I blame the president, the buck stops with him. Anything that happens, it's him. It's his legacy. It's his presidency. It's his government. It's not Prince Sharif or Jida Hard Talk or all the people that were running around there. It's him. So why when blame organizer?
Thank you. Thank you, Fagon. Thank you, Sintumani George. Before we bring in Kev Hassan, I think I would say my piece. And I know Kev Hassan will not be too long because the show is over. But I would say my piece. You know what, Kev? You go ahead real quick. You talk to us real quick, Kev. Kev. Kefiko. All right. Saying that Kev cannot hear us. All right. Maybe he cannot hear us. Let me say this then. I think on this note, I would disagree with you and Sintumani George. You forgot you say you blame the president. I totally disagree. My reason why I'm going to disagree with you is that the government of Liberia didn't organize this forum. You are asking if the president chooses to speak to Liberians. That will be organized by the ambassador in Washington, D.C. It will not be organized by the folks named that you are calling. When you are serving as deputy information minister, you have an opportunity to organize this thing. You organize it in your own position as deputy information minister, not as a talk show host. If the president were invited to come and speak to some seditions, he went and he spoke to some sedition. If they change the messages, allies, and say, you know what, it's for all Liberians, blah, blah, blah. I do believe what we can ask this government is that the government should organize a forum. The government should organize a forum. Find a place that will involve every Liberian, not a sedition program. You're a sedition. Sintumani George, he can say I'm disenchanted, I'm on the fence. He's a sedition. So therefore, you guys get right to get angry with your own sedition organizer. But I don't think the way in which it's going is fair.
So you are suggesting that it was not the government that... I don't hear from you tonight.
But I didn't interrupt you, Fagon.
I know, but I just want to be clear. Hey, you can just want to be clear. I want to be clear with you. You are saying that the government had nothing to do with this thing. Now, I just want to be clear.
I am saying to you, the Honorable Eugene Lamin Fagon,
yeah,
whosoever organized this program and invited the president, I do believe those folks that are around the president when they received the invite, they could have tweaked this program. But except you, Fagon, tell us that the government organized this program. I do not believe that this program was organized by the government. Was the program organized by the government?
You are saying you don't believe that the government was the one that organized the program. It seems as saying that the government had nothing to do with this program. We will hold you to.
What you mean, sir? You speaking?
At the end of the day, I got your answer. You say
Oh,
you
okay,
don't. I'm
okay.
quoting you. You
Okay.
don't believe that the
Okay.
government had anything to do with this program.
No, listen to me. I spoke very clearly. I don't believe the government organized this program.
That's the same thing. They had nothing
That's
to do
not the
with it.
same thing. That's
The
not the
president
same
gets
thing.
him to speak.
I
That's the same
don't
thing,
believe.
bro.
I don't believe. No. I'm not from Sierra Leone. I'm from right in Ghana's Venue.
All right, let's quote you. I don't believe the government organized.
Yes.
And so if the government did not organize it, the president only came to speak. The government had nothing to do with it.
Then we move on. Kev Hassan, you joining us?
sir.
Can you hear us, man? We've been calling your name.
You can hear me?
The show is over, Kev, so be very quick, okay?
Okay.
Yeah, we can hear you. Talk to us.
You're quite correct, CEO. This thing was not organized by the government. The government did not organize this this meet and greet. So the diaspora Liberian organized it. You are quite correct. So
Say the CDC Liberians organize it.
So whatever people say is up to them. But I know my my brother Fagon will want to play politics for this, but I think he been in this situation before. He know how this thing organized, because
that's why you should respect me when I tell you what happened.
The last time this thing happened, Fagon and I was the organizer. We went to hall. He knows that. He knows exactly. SEO, you know.
What time happened?
The spoon was represented. Tomlin George came.
So where now?
Tomlin George came. Fagon and I were matter of fact, when to book the hall was Fagon and I went and booked the hall.
Where?
So he knows that.
No, where?
Where
did we book their? No, my man. Where did we book their hall?
Remember, get a man chance that he speak, my man.
But the man can say me and he organized something. We book hall. Then he can tell me where we organize. If you eating the 20,000, you won't confess that tonight. Where? Okay. I gotta know. You talking strange thing.
We can't do this. We can't do this, CEO.
2000. No, we can do that today, but you not escape you. You can't.
But Fagon didn't mention that he speak. You have said everything. You putting this on the government. I disagree with you. Listen, there was an error.
Something.
Kev got to speak. Fagon, chill. I disagree with you, Fagon, because I know. Because I know the people organize this thing. Listen, it will be between you and your brother. But listen. Let me say this. No, Fagon.
No, you're not doing that to me. You're not going
to. But you aware, let Kev Hassan speak.
But why should Kev escape? Kev said, man,
he's escaping to nowhere. That you trying to escape because you interrupted him.
I asked him to show where and when we go.
Then you will pause. He will speak.
Okay, then where? Don't put your own things. I know your trick. Yeah. Where we organize, where president, we are working and speak. We pay for her. Let Kev talk.
The last time government official came, Minister Fagon was on the trip. 2019, he was part of the government trip to America. He was part. And he and I went to several places and we booked the hall. CEO, you remember, you sent the spoon. Tomlin George were on that trip.
So where we booked the hall now?
Oh, Fagon. My man, you're talking too much and I went today, man.
No, we went to several places.
Let me finish. Fagon, you interrupting the man. Fagon, save your question.
What was the program?
Fagon, save your question. Let the brother finish.
Where did we book the hall? And
My man,
where was the program?
my man, you're talking too far a little because
This
you're
is
some
the
kind of way you
United
get
States
it.
of America.
My man, hold on 1 minute. Kev, continue, please.
Beating a player of Sierra Leone.
Kev, continue, please. The man trying to divert. So
We're
continue.
not diverting. Tell the
But
people.
hold on, brother. Hold on, brother. Let the
The
brother
man
speak.
said we went to several places
Fagon,
and we booked the hall.
Fagon.
Where did we book the hall?
Fagon, I believe we stay here. One person remain will still
We
be here.
will know where we booked the hall. We will know the program. We will know the speakers there.
Yeah, but you gotta hold on. Let Kev finish speaking. You not say your own. I disagree with you. You put it on the government.
No, you not put it anything between me and Kev. You want to know where we booked the hall?
Oh,
like the program. And that I attend that.
My man.
That's a government delegation.
Fagon.
Where you want to spoil it for?
Fagon, but hold on now. Let Kev finish. Kev finish, please.
Yeah, so we went to a hall. We settled at the Grand Hyatt Hotel, and Fagon were part of it. We all booked the hall. Matter of fact, Fagon was the leading. He and I we drove. He was the leader.
Real quick, Kev, I beg you real quick. At that time, Fagon was in the government, right?
Yeah, he was a minister.
Thank you.
He was a minister.
Go ahead.
A matter of fact, he organized it, and he was a no-nonsense a minister at that time. That if you come in there, you want to play nonsense, Fagon would be one of the person would not.
We know Fagon. We know how Fagon can operate, so that's true.
Not take it. So we went several places and we settled for the Grand Hyatt, and we had it.
So let me ask you a question, Kev.
Before you finish, I want to tell you, Tom Lee was on that trip. Dr. Peabody was on that trip, and you said and you said to us that where the spoon going, nobody should offer the spoon even water to drink. You remember?
I remember because the spoon sponsored the trip for the guys to go. I remember.
You gave us a card that everything we bought was on the Spoon Foundation. You did that. So you remember that.
You guys are the most nonsensical liars in your lives.
So Tommy,
hold on. Fagon, no, we're not doing this. Fagon, I will mute you. Fagon. We're not doing this. I will mute you. You gotta wait. Fagon. I beg you gotta wait. Kev will finish.
Go.
Yeah, thank you. Because you know why? I just going through my messages right now. I remember, and too many George remember, when they went to Washington, D.C. to have this organization. But I will speak, but let's give Brother Kev a chance to finish.
What we waiting?
Yeah, Kev, finish, please.
And then you authorize us not to drink water for nobody. I remember we were sitting in a restaurant. I wanted to do something, and Dr. People and Tommy just said, the CEO have given us a card, and we will use that card to even drink water. So went across the street, and we had our drinks. Tommy George can attest to that on the show today. And
Can you pause 1 minute?
Yeah.
Before Fagon come in, so Tommy George, is it true that you traveled to Washington, D.C. along with Peabody, and you guys was on the Spoon account? Is it true, Tommy George?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Let's continue, Kev.
I will not come on this. Thank you, Tommy, for addressing that because I know Tommy George was the one that told me and said, Kev, nothing you're gonna buy in DC on your own.
Talk about the damn program and leave West Virginia. You have to go buy in the shop. You went across the road. Talk about the program. Who was the speaker? What the program was about? Who the government official? What they talking about? CEO gave you cards to buy water.
But what I'm saying here is that what I'm saying here is that Fagon is kind of criticize a very successful meeting with the diaspora with
Yes,
Liberia.
don't say diaspora, say seditions. It was not diaspora people.
Dr. Richardson, can you please mute yourself, please?
No, I'm not going to mute myself if you refer to.
If you don't want to mute
he
yourself,
met with the diaspora, you are misrepresenting yourself. He did not. He met with selected group of people, meaning
listen, Dr. Richardson, this is not a Saturday communist rally. Can I speak?
It does not have to be, but you own spoon and stop misrepresenting information.
If you want to speak to communist rally, go and speak to that. This is
I
not.
will do that. You don't have to give me.
Okay, well then let me speak.
But let me just tell you, I misrepresenting information because it was not diaspora Liberians. It was a select group of people, nearly sedition.
I don't have time.
You said a book of her to the weekend say in DC.
I don't have time for this.
Get your car to go eat. Tell me the speaker. Tell me the occasion.
I don't
Tell
have
me
time.
what delegation I was on.
I don't have
bring
time.
Your Sierra Leone thing here, but the book, the hall, what was the hall for?
Yeah, I don't have
what the hall was for.
Okay. Theo, can I explain? Can I continue?
No, Richardson, wait. We gotta show respect to Kev.
The man give me the card. We eat across the road. We go.
I don't.
But you are not giving Fagon. You are not fair.
No, but we're not
Kev gotta finish up. But Kev gotta finish up.
To come on a kind of big platform and you say we had a program.
Yeah, but hold on now. You asked me my question. Kev, finish up.
Who was the speaker?
Kev, finish up.
This and that. Okay. Then we're talking. Don't come wasting that report time.
Yeah, but my brother,
you think propaganda that joke?
Yo, my brother,
you can't.
My brother,
no,
my brother.
Man, won't go.
Yeah, my brother.
It's 4 o'clock, my man.
My man, can I finish? My brother Eugene Fagon, I love you so much, but at that time you were anti-spoon. You were anti-spoon.
Okay, fine. So what was the program? Who was the speaker? What was the occasion?
No, my brother, you were anti-spoon at that time.
Yeah, I agree. I was anti-spoon. He's saying that right.
Yeah, you were anti-spoon.
You think I go to school to be pro-spoon?
So I understand that you will not remember because you were
I didn't go to school to be pro-school.
No. I want you to.
So what was the occasion?
No, I want you to remember.
But what did not be the occasion?
Yeah, but listen, I want you to remember. I personally
waiting at the occasion.
I will mute you back. Get a better chance.
I want you to remember.
Throw, my man.
Bola Salomon tell me waiting at the occasion.
No, I remember.
Wait back.
I remember at that time I was on my knees begging you not to close down Spoon. I was on my knees begging you.
At the occasion?
I was during that season. I was on my knees.
Season?
I was begging you during that time not to close down Spoon.
Joey, I was finished. Joey, I was finished.
I want you. No. I want you to tell.
The occasion.
No.
What was the occasion? Would that not be the speaker?
No. I want you to tell Spoon today that I personally was begging you on my knees as my brother.
At that program.
Not to close down Spoon.
At that program.
I'm telling you in general.
Okay, tell me the program. Okay, let's go back to the program.
No, this is not.
No, you can't run away today. That thing you can do to Mariah and I'm you. You will call that program in. You will call the speaker in.
Tommy George.
Call the occasion.
Tommy George, no one.
Baba, you papa they call you. You there inside you there inside Nothing you go sabi me.
But let the man speak, man. Let the man talk, man. We gotta go back. I can't leave us there.
That thing they make a tutor Yakula and me. I defended the government for almost 4 years, man.
Kev Hassan.
Yeah.
You go.
Yes,
Thank you very much. We'll see you on the show tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson. Thank you, Sintoman and George.
You want to blow at me? You don't want to say,
beautiful show. You know the history, Kev.
Yeah.
Do what you do best, and we'll see you tomorrow.
I have one comment, please, before we end this.
Yeah, Dr. Richardson.
I'm going to filibuster the man.
Yeah, please give me a chance to speak. It angers me.
Doctor.
Yeah, please give me. I know you're happy with the president. I saw you took picture with the president, with Sekou, with all
the same. I take picture with you.
Yes, but let me just say my comment, okay? I think you should be very, very angry. You should feel like not a patriot of Liberia. you should feel just shocked.
Something wrong with you, right? I should be angry. I should be angry with my dynamic president representing Liberia.
And you see what you can do. You see, you now you give me a chance to finish that drawing conclusion. Okay, you should be angry. You should be angry that Liberia was excluded.
But to show you that a new city.
Something wrong with you.
To show you that a new
you should be angry. You should tell me anything wrong with me. I will not respond to you like the way I want to respond to you. I will deal with you in the back. So that's
why that choice of words. We're not telling them something wrong.
I will deal with you in the back. But what I want to tell you is, for you to come on this show and say that diaspora Liberians they met, when you know very well that it wasn't diaspora Liberians they met. The president elected group of Liberians consisting of Muslims.
I see you tomorrow. Thank you, sir.
Whatever.
Thank you, sir.
I was saying I have to say, and that is wrong.
I see you tomorrow. Have a good show tomorrow.
There's not a picture about it.
I don't know what Stanton can teach a PQ. You know my IQ? I'm looking like some of y'all over there were passing around the president of Von with skin.
So, you see, let me say this. Guys. It was a wonderful show that Richard saying.
I know he came to joke. Don't say it was a wonderful show. When Kev then can do the kind of things.
Let me say all this.
Thank you for undermining the CDC.
I'm not going between you and Kev Hassan because I understand you guys from Bombing. I am not.
No, we're not from Bombing. Kev from Sierra Leone. I'm from Bombing.
Kev from Bombing.
No, you're not from Bombing. He's from Sierra Leone. I can tell you.
I will say this to everyone, a beautiful show. We'll be back again tomorrow. But I'm very, very impressed with some of the development. I can't less.
You can't tell me say you bring me in.
Let me end this thing. We gotta go now, but I can't let if you got your problem, Fagon and Setuman Josh. Fagon, hold on, my man. I gotta be meeting you two now.
Who you be meeting? Who you be meeting?
We can talk one at a time.
Hey, yeah, Kev say he got on his knees to beg me not to close down Spoon.
It's between you, my man. I will say this: that your sedition. Some of y'all have your organization. Y'all have your organization. You invited the president. The president respected your organization. He went there. He spoke.
Now we're not seditions, though.
I care about Fagon. Let one talk one at a time.
No, I want correct. Those people that are weird.
Let me by. Wait for brother Kev.
You saw Molu there.
Let me say this, right? Those people that went for that program yesterday, 90% of them was sedition. Okay? It was organized by sedition.
That's true.
Not the government of Liberia. Everything surrounding this whole thing, I see nothing to show that the government of Liberia, through her embassy, organized this program.
I said the government organized it.
In other respect, the president attended the program. So take it which way? To each his own. Okay? If the government of Liberia organized through the embassy or program, they will invite all the media outlets, all the credible organizations.
Exactly.
You're stop playing politics here, man.
That's true. But they had a pro government media that's all.
You organize your own already, the people you get vetted. People organize their own, you get vetted.
I will organize my sit down here. Now the place where we sit on the front row as a media mongo. It tells you my level of intelligence.
But you stay Kev Hassan, brother, my man. You stay on Sidisha, you can't stay that thing between you.
I know you don't want pump Kev to say, go to your man. Hey, I go to the region, say,
Meanwhile, the president has appointed using Fagon as acting minister.
No, I beg you. You look at media in the whole country. You can't bring Kev in front of me where it's subject for agreement in Kwasa.
Yeah, my man, stop it, man. Don't do that. Don't do that. I mean, he chose the words when I'm good. He shouldn't get to the month on wrong. Now when I'm good, he chose the words.
On the show right now. Let me say this to you. Right now, Kev Hassan is calling that every show. Kev Hassan can call that to Richard say apologize. Sometime, let me speak for my brother Kev.
So you want to say Kev president?
Sometimes he speak, then he catch himself. What he said today, Dr. Richard saying was wrong.
Inappropriate. There's something wrong, huh?
And he's talking to Dr. Richardson right now. I will say to everybody on the show, a beautiful show. We done. We'll see you guys tomorrow. and would wash our dirty clothes in the back.
My man,
But
I thought you came to help the
I
beginning.
disagree.
You talking more
I
on the
disagree
boss.
with Eugene Fagon seriously on that organization thing, brother. They were organized by CDC.
Why these people will take 100,000 for? These people
I mean,
you
got no evidence that the people
what
take
you call evidence?
100,000.
Making good day flow more local.
Man, you got nothing to. You see, you got nothing to show that the people get 100,000 to anybody. Eh? You got nothing to show that the people get 100,000 to anybody.
You the new government spokesman now. Wait for all the show.
But Fagon, why you angry at it?
No, because he blocked a picking in the background. A picking says, CEO, and now you give us the card for us to go drink water across the road. You think I play I sell you? You know the region say hotel. You will leave region say to go drink water across the road.
I mean, let's take it out of the show. They got to get problem. Let's take Fagon. Man. We thank you so much, Josh. Yeah, tomorrow is the 15th. A beautiful day in Liberia, a beautiful day here in the United States. We want to say thanks to all of our followers. We'll be back again tomorrow. Yes, December 15th. And there will be 10 more days to Christmas. My Christmas is on you, Aaron Kuban. My Christmas is on you, James Goodday. And let's try to bless our folks. Yeah. Y'all take care.
Oh, well, folks, there you have it. This edition of the program. Yes, a very fascinating one. Very long discussion. Yes, it's already December 15th. Yeah, it's about 30. This is 12:36 here, so it's going to 1 o'clock in the morning. Thanks to all of you who follow this edition of the program. Thanks to the entire team. My name is Aaron Kuban, and James Goodday Flomo, on the other hand, will be saying goodbye to all of you. We'll be back here tomorrow. Bye-bye.